Morning, everybody. Order.
Bonjour tout le monde. Ordre du jour. Ordre du jour. Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. C'est reprise en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C-34. Le député de Simcoe Nord. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Merci. C'est toujours un présent que de prendre la parole à la Chambre et de parler d'une question importante. Nous parlons des...
was just even a year ago. But there's been a concerted effort by hostile foreign powers to undermine Western democracies, undermine our national security, undermine our economic interests, and undermine democracy itself. Before I continue, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention I'm going to be splitting my time with the wonderful member from Langley Aldergrove. Mr. Speaker, the West has basically sleptwalked into the realignment of global power that if we don't wake up, our lives and interests will be impaired. Or worse, children across the world may not have the same freedoms that our children have here. Democracies, independence, and the freedoms that we enjoy. Not only have we allowed nefarious actions to occur right under our noses, we've actually helped fund this global realignment. In 2018, Canada gave $250 million to the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is largely viewed as expanding China's influence and power in the world. And we've been funding it. This is the context that we have to keep in mind when we think about Bill C-34 in this Investment Act. Now, these are largely viewed as some of the more significant amendments in well over a decade to this Act. It provides some new ministerial authorities. It focuses on special business sectors of interest to the country. You know, I give the government credit for bringing this forward as a standalone piece of legislation, which will allow for proper scrutiny in this House. But I want to talk about a few issues. The first is reciprocity, a fundamental principle in all trade or any real commercial relationships is that you get something and you give something in return, that there's some exchange of value, of equal value. This isn't necessarily the case with what's been happening in global trade with Canada. Certainly it's not the case with how companies and entities that invest in Canada, if Canadian companies were to invest in the countries or companies housed in countries, Canada doesn't have that opportunity. Canadian companies don't have that opportunity. So it's always puzzling to understand why Canada allows companies and entities that have links to foreign governments to invest and purchase Canadian assets when Canadian companies themselves wouldn't be allowed to make the same investments in those other countries. This fundamental principle of reciprocity doesn't actually exist. When these Canadian firms, they can't make the same investments, but we allow those companies from those countries to make investments here, sometimes those companies are either owned or heavily influenced by a foreign power. Whether that foreign power is hostile or not, geopolitics changes, as we've seen in the last year. Things have shifted significantly. Mr. Speaker, I'd submit that some of these companies and countries, frankly, are laughing at us all the way to the bank. And I'm beginning to think that they might think we're suckers. And what I'm worried about is that they're right. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to look hard to find some examples of what I'm talking about that will just make you scratch your head. In 2017, the government did not request a security review of Norsat when it was purchased by Hytera Communications. It's partially owned by the People's Republic of China. Just recently, at the end of 2022, it was exposed that the government awarded a hardware contract for RCMP communications equipment to a Norsat subsidiary. The United States blacklisted Hytera because, and I quote, "it poses an unacceptable risk to the national security of the United States or the security and safety of the United States persons." where was Canada's review? Was Canada informed by the United States about its findings? Did Canada do the diligence that would be normally, that you would expect they would normally do before a contract like this is awarded, or maybe even before a transaction is approved? You know, there are more, Mr. Speaker, but I'm going to run out of time. But you can see our approach can actually weaken our relationships with our partners. We're not holding our end of the bargain up when it comes to national security and defense, and I worry some countries are thinking we're not taking it very seriously anymore. I want to talk a little bit about governance, and the governance that we see at some state-owned enterprises and some of these entities that are owned, controlled, or heavily influenced by foreign governments. The issue is that the objectives of these entities aren't necessarily commercially minded first. They have some other interest potentially at play. They might be interested in locking up the supply of critical minerals. They might be interested in trying to get information, whether that's intellectual property or communications or information about national defense. Proper governance is important for us to have faith in a free market. If these entities aren't playing by the same rules and the same principles, we cannot trust all of their motives. We have to be skeptical. In the last Parliament, there was a very good proposal made by the Industry Committee that when a state-owned enterprise is involved, there is no threshold too low under which would trigger a review. And I think that's a reasonable approach. When there is a state-owned enterprise involved or an entity that is heavily influenced by a foreign power or could be heavily influenced by a foreign power, the government needs to think about the best interests of Canada. And who knows what these critical assets will be in the future. I'm not sure 20 or 30 years ago people realized that lithium would be as important as it is now. But what about water in the future? Is that something that we should be discussing now, or should we have some more flexibility to discuss that? The other issue is assets versus shares. You can sell a business by selling assets. You can sell a business by selling the shares in the company that owns the assets. But right now, we're only looking at issues where shares are purchased. And so I think we're exposing ourselves to a loophole that companies and entities could plan around, especially those who have hostile foreign interests. Now, there's some expanded powers for the minister, and that's okay if you believe and trust the minister. And I actually think the minister in this case is a wonderful individual, and I do trust his judgment. However, you might get a dud in there in the future. We need to make sure that we have the proper oversight of the minister. So the governor and council and cabinet should have expanded power, maybe even a third body. Mr. Speaker, we are required to be stewards of our assets in this country. Defense and security sometimes is more costly. We might not be able to sell to the highest bidder if it undermines our national security. We need to be working to secure Canada's best interests for her future. I hope that the minister and this government is open to amendments. I appreciate the fact that it is brought forward as a standalone piece of legislation. It will enable the committee to do some good work, I believe, and hear for some important stakeholders. But I view this legislation as merely a starting point for conversation and hope to see that it is enhanced in committee. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this important issue this morning, Mr. Speaker. And before I close, I need to say a very happy birthday to Amanda Philp today, who's, I'm sure, watching this, but we'll see this at least on repeat a number of times. Happy birthday, Amanda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take some questions.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Simcoe North for his excellent speech, and I'd like to thank him for all of the work that he's done on the Finance Committee. He's a member who brings a lot to this place in the bloc. We also commend this bill, but we don't think it goes far enough. National security is all well and good, but we would ask the government to go further and deal with the issue of economic security in order to have better control over foreign investment in general and to protect our seats, our headquarters, and our resources. Last year, Mr. Speaker, there were 1,250 projects worth $87 billion, and only 24 of those projects, 2%, were considered to have an impact on national security. In our view, that's insufficient. There needs to be a more careful look to protect our economic interests. What does our honourable colleague think of that? Thank you.
Merci, le Président.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question.
Enjoyed getting to work with this member alongside on the Finance Committee. Brings many insightful comments and things forward, including his question. Of course, we think that the thresholds that which the government is currently using to review transactions is likely too low. I would refer the government to recommendations from the previous industry committee, but the member rightly recognizes that there are likely more transactions that ought to fall under greater scrutiny to ensure that we protect our national interests, those interests for critical resources or materials, and of course, I think he was alluding to jobs and headquarters, which I do think is also a consideration for the government to make sure it is reviewing.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention here. And I guess the question is about this is trust. Since 2004, the NDP has been raising the issue of non-state, non-democratic governments actually owning Canadian companies, and I've seen a number of them over the years, whether it be the Harper administration, whether it be from Paul Martin, it goes all the way, to even just last year, where we've seen basically takeovers, not only just in terms of strategic assets, but what we've called for is consumer issues. So a good example is when Best Buy bought the Future Shop, closed it down. When Zellers was bought by Target, shut it down. When Lowe's was bought, is now shut down. Rona bought by Lowe's, and now it's private equity firms. So my question to the Conservatives this time is, how can we trust their intent on this? And also, do they believe that what we've been raising is private equity firms and kingdoms and other places that don't have the full disclosure that the free market would have? Are they going to actually have the same standards for those? Those are really important, especially private equity firms, because other governments actually own interests in them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Simcoe North.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. He'll be maybe happily surprised. I heard Zellers is returning in a few locations, so that may be some welcome news. But in any event, look, the world is different today. Geopolitics changes over a lot of times. Regime changes. I think that's why we need principles under which we'll look at this at all transactions. And I do agree, those entities that are controlled by or heavily influenced either a foreign power, whether that's hostile or not. A hostile power today might not be a hostile power tomorrow, and one that's not today could be one tomorrow. Anytime there's a lack of governance and transparency, the government should be on high alert and scrutinizing the transaction to the absolutely highest degree. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is very pleased with this legislation that gives him more power to extend the national security reviews of investments. By doing so, the power is now moved from the Governor in Council and places the responsibility in the hands of two ministers, Industry and Public Safety. So I'd ask my colleague, again, why should we trust this government to remove the accountable measures of putting these types of issues to Cabinet, rather than, as we've seen over the last 8 years, an incredible move towards more power within the hands of ministers, outside advisory councils with no accountability to this place?
The honourable member for Simcoe North, and short answer.
That is an absolutely excellent question. I see there are expanded powers for two ministers. I trust at least one of them. However, governors and council provide a more fulsome review, maybe even an external body that is removed from politics would be the right way to go. As I say, you never know who you're going to end up having as a minister, and I think we should take a little bit more power away from one individual and spread that out to a greater group. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley, Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking about foreign investment in Canada. What are its benefits? What are the risks? Canada is a large nation by geography, but a relatively small nation when measured by population or by economic power. We're a small contributor, relatively speaking, to the world economy. But we are punching above our weight class, and the only way we can do that is by being a trading nation. And that means that we have to sell what the world wants, buy what the world has to offer, but we also have to be open to foreign investment to allow investors to contribute to our economy, but also to make a good return on that investment. This money is very mobile. A big hypothetical pension fund, for example, with a lot of money to invest, doesn't come to Canada because we're nice people, or like the Prime Minister says, because the world needs more Canada. That's just naive. Investment money comes where it can earn a rate of return. It's a very competitive market. And the LNG sector in Canada is a very good example of that. LNG Canada is building a large export terminal near Kitimat, British Columbia, for shipping clean, ethical, liquid natural gas to world markets, to our trading partners, so that they can replace dirtier burning coal. LNG Canada is a partnership between some very large international corporations, Shell Canada, Korea Gas Corp, and Mitsubishi Corporation, and there's a lot of foreign investment dollars involved here. Because this is what the world needs more of. More Canadian, clean, ethical, liquid natural gas to help our trading partners get off of coal. But unfortunately not according to our Prime Minister, who just recently told the German Chancellor that there is not a business case to be made for Canada supplying Europe with liquid natural gas so that Europe can reduce its or get rid of its dependency on Russia. Now, investors need to hear that kind of talk only once from our Prime Minister, and they head for the exits. But happily for the investors, there is a place for them to go. Late last year, the White House announced that it will work with the industry to ensure that U.S. liquid natural gas is available to replace Russian natural gas in the European market. Apparently, there is a business case to be made after all. And the world smiles at Canada's naivety. And that's where we are after 8 years of liberal mismanagement of our economy. Now, the fundamental problem with the way the Liberal government has been managing, or rather mismanaging, our economy is that it doesn't look to the fundamental economic principles. Take, for example, our economic productivity metrics. Canada lags in a significant way our largest trading partner, the United States. For every dollar that an American worker pumps into their GDP, their Canadian counterpart adds 75 cents to our national economy. Now, this doesn't mean that we're not working as hard as Americans. We may be working harder than Americans. This is that we don't have the tools. We don't have the best tools available. We are lagging in investing in our tech sector, not aggressively investing in growth industries, and there's too much red tape, too much useless bureaucracy, which just gets in the way of hardworking Canadians to use their ingenuity to grow our economy. This is what our leader, the member for Carleton, calls the gatekeepers that are just standing in the way. Let's get rid of them. Economists recognize that this productivity lag is a big, significant problem for Canada. And even our current Minister of Finance mentions this in her 2022 budget report and in her fall economic statement. She calls it Canada's Achilles heel. She understands the problem, but too bad her boss doesn't seem to be paying attention to that. The former Minister of Finance actually underlines that. He agrees with the current Minister of Finance. In his recent book, he says this: productivity improvement is the most important issue on our agenda. Close quote. Not one of the most important, the most important. But in his words, quote, neither the Prime Minister nor the Prime Minister's office saw the need to address our anemic growth. So that's where we are. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal mismanagement, everything seems broken, including our economy. What Canada needs is a strong, conservative government that understands the basic principles of economics and how to grow the economy for the benefit of all, and that means working with foreign investors to attract investment money here. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we're talking about foreign investment, it's important, in my opinion, to reflect on where we are today in relation to where we were, let's say, 50 years ago. In 1974, when the Investment Canada Act's predecessor, the Foreign Investment Review Act, was the law, intangible assets, that's things that you can't pick up with a forklift, ideas in our head, this is intellectual property, copyrights, trademarks, patents, etc. That accounted for only 17% of the S&P standards assets by dollar value. But fast forward a decade, when the old act was replaced with the current Investment Canada Act, which we're talking about today, that intangible asset ratio had doubled to 32%. And after that, it just accelerated. Today, it stands at roughly 90% of the total S&P 500's total assets by dollar value. Now let's move a little closer to home to the Toronto Stock Exchange, a less technology-driven exchange. There, the comparable number is 70%. The European comparable number is 77%. So, Mr. Speaker, this is hard data that Canada lags in developing our knowledge-based economy, and that is part of the reason why our productivity numbers are lagging. So where are we after 8 years of Liberal government? Low productivity numbers, lack of investor confidence in Canada, and a lack of focus on our knowledge-based economy. It really is a time for a change at the top. So, Mr. Speaker, today we're talking about C-34 and an act to amend the Canada Investment Act. The Parliamentary Committee on Industry, Science and Technology studied this a couple of years ago. Too bad the minister didn't pick up on all the recommendations. That report highlights the need for foreign investment in the tech industry, but it also points out some of the challenges and risks if we're attracting money from non-friendly, non-democratic countries. They may profit more from that than we do. One example is a state-owned enterprise funding a research chair at a Canadian world-class university. And at the end of the whole process, after a lot of contribution by Canadian brain power into new intellectual property, the foreign company ends up owning it. This is a big risk. And I'm happy to see that the federal government has finally zeroed in on that. One of the recommendations, and my colleague had mentioned this already, is that recommendation number 1 was not picked up by the minister when he drafted Bill C-34. And that recommendation would require that the valuation threshold for prospective acquisitions of control of Canadian assets or shares by state-owned or state-controlled enterprises must be reduced to 0. That means that every proposed transaction that would transfer direct or indirect control of a Canadian corporation or assets to a foreign-owned enterprise will be scrutinized. I agree with that. Too bad it wasn't picked up in the bill. Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting C-34 at second reading in principle so that it can go to committee, where hopefully it will pick up recommendation number 1, and we will work diligently at committee to make sure that Bill C-34 comes back better for third reading. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened intently to my colleague's speech, his excellent speech. In fact, the last 2 speeches have been superb speeches on Bill C-34. The member raised an issue around recommendation 1 of that industry committee report on state-owned enterprises. I'd like to ask him along a similar vein. The Minister of Industry was in in the House of Commons Industry Committee this week, and when I asked him why he did not include the acquisition of the Tanco lithium mine, the only producing lithium mine in Canada, it's in Manitoba, by the Chinese government in 2015, why he hadn't included that in his divestiture request of Chinese state-owned enterprises a few months ago. He said that he couldn't do it, that he couldn't go back far enough. And there's nothing in this bill that will allow, when a regime changes, for the minister to go back and actually revisit a transaction when a regime becomes less cooperative or part of the world framework. So I'm wondering if the member would want to comment on that and whether or not there should be changes to the bill to allow for that kind of review going back further.
Honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
I want to thank my colleague for that very important question. Yes, indeed, this is what I only mentioned one flaw in this legislation, just because of we were pressed for time, but that definitely is another one. The Canada Investment Act hasn't been reviewed in a long time. Its predecessor, the Federal Investment Review Act, was with us for many years. It was drafted at a time when we were concerned about foreign corporations, international corporations taking over our energy sector. Today, the world is different. And unfortunately, C-34 doesn't pick up on all of these things. I'm confident that the Industry Committee will look at this thoroughly in their line-by-line review, and the bill will come back in much better shape than it is today. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for I'll get there. Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my question to the honourable member is about the increasing number of foreign investments we see in the health sector, where for-profit companies from abroad see Canada as a place to make profits off the healthcare needs of Canadians. And I'm thinking in British Columbia of Anbang, which bought up Retirement Concepts, which owns 20 retirement homes in British Columbia and is the largest source of substantiated complaints about care in the province. So does the member believe that this version of the bill will provide adequate protection against for-profit companies trying to invade the healthcare sector?
The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. So that's a good question. I'm not familiar with that particular file, so I will have a conversation with my colleague about that afterwards. But no, I don't think that this bill adequately provides coverage for that. This is another one of the missed opportunities, I believe, in redrafting the Investment Canada Act. So this is definitely something that the committee should look at. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour son discours. Avec la pandémie, on a vu la fragilité de l'économie mondiale au niveau des chaînes d'approvisionnement. Sérieusement, là, je m'attendais à ce que le gouvernement amène des solutions plus rapides, constructives que ce qu'il a fait, c'est-à-dire à peu près rien du tout. Est-ce que, selon mon collègue, C-34 vient en partie réduire la chaîne d'approvisionnement ou si c'est
We have an appel au règlement. The honourable member. No translation again. Okay. Je vais parler en français et j'espère que la traduction va.
Checking interpretation channel 1, 2, 3. If I speak in French, is it there? The honourable member for Joliette, please restart from the beginning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was saying was that with the pandemic, we saw how fragile supply chains were. I was expecting the government to set up strategies quickly to help industry, to help the Canadian economy to deal with that problem. But to my knowledge, it hasn't done anything, or almost hasn't done anything, to help businesses here at home. Does my honourable colleague think that C-34 meet this need a little or not at all? And what does he think the government should do to promote the local economy when it comes to the supply chain problem?
The Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. I would like to thank my colleague for that question. Indeed, the pandemic revealed a lot of things to us. We are a free trading nation. This is one of Canada's strengths. But it can also be one of its weaknesses in that we've seen through the pandemic that supply chain disruptions interrupted our ability to to get products that are necessary for us. I'm thinking of the pharmaceutical industry. We learned about the weaknesses of it during the pandemic when we were standing in line behind many other countries before we could get a vaccine. So I think the pandemic has taught us that, yes, although we are free traders, and it is important for us to attract foreign investment money here, we also need to look after the essential things of our own economy.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South. Mr. Speaker, in December of 1973, Parliament enacted the Foreign Investment Review Act, what was known as FIRA, to deal with the issue of foreign investors controlling Canadian industry, trade and commerce, and the ability of Canadians to maintain effective control over their economic future. These investments would be allowed to proceed only if the government had determined that they were or were likely to be of significant benefit to Canada. This net benefit test still exists today, but much has changed given rising national security concerns which necessitate new measures. Let me elaborate. In June of 2017, Hytera Communications, a company owned by the Chinese Communist Party, acquired Norsat International, a BC telecom company. Just like that, a firm backed by an authoritarian regime took over an essential service provider here in Canada. You'd think that this takeover would have raised some red flags. Well, it didn't. Not for the Liberal government, at least. Acting rationally, the government would have conducted a national security review into Hytera. But after 8 years in power, it's clear that rationality is in short supply these days. They didn't bat an eye, Mr. Speaker. They didn't bat an eye when, as all of this was taking place, our own Border Services Agency was using equipment from Hytera. We're talking about a company that has been charged with 21 counts of espionage, a company that has been banned from doing business with our neighbor to the south. Up until this point, do you know what the Liberals have said to that? Business is business. Business is business even when it means letting a hostile regime gain access to our essential services. This sort of lax attitude towards issues of national security is clearly a problem. What's even more problematic is that for 5 long years after the Hytera fiasco, this government hasn't learned from its mistakes. In 2020, they gave out a contract to NewTek, a company founded by the son of a Chinese Communist Party Secretary General. It would not have taken a national security review to figure out who the company's founder was. A quick Google search would have sufficed. And it wasn't just standard run-of-the-mill work that this company with Chinese Communist Party connections was doing. NewTek was supplying X-ray equipment, of all things, to almost 200 Canadian embassies and consulates. 2 years ago, it looked like the government was changing its course when it updated its national security review guidelines. This was not the case. Or at least it certainly was not the case when the Minister of Industry greenlit the takeover of a Canadian lithium mine by a Chinese state-owned enterprise. Once again, the opportunity was right there. The minister could have requested a national security review. The review framework was even new and improved, or so they have us think, but the minister did not act. Delays, half measures, slaps on the wrist, that has been the Liberal response to national security threats throughout the past 8 years. Huawei is a perfect example of this. By 2021, each and every one of our allies within the Five Eyes had already banned Huawei from using their 5G networks. For years, my colleagues and I have been calling on this government to do the right thing. Listen to our allies, listen to security experts, and ban Huawei from accessing 5G. Reluctantly, and far too late, the Liberals finally took our advice and took a stand against the Chinese Communist Party. That was less than a year ago. With this government's dismal track record in matters related to national security, Bill C-34 feels like too little too late. It's kind of like the goalie who let 8 goals in, coming onto the ice at the last minute and saying, "Don't worry, guys, I've got this." Yet this bill does address Canada's national security, to be fair, a policy area where the government has been complacent for far too long. And for that reason, I'm prepared to support the bill at this stage, so long as it can be strengthened in committee. For a while, a lot of us had this naive idea that these regimes were emerging partners, slowly moving towards the democratic norm. But Mr. Putin's war has changed all that. and it's time that Canada acted accordingly. It's time for a reality check. Hostile foreign governments want to subvert and undermine this country. The threat is real, and the threat is here. Canadians are well aware. A few weeks ago, all that Canadians had to do was look up and see a Chinese surveillance balloon flying at 60,000 feet in the air. Bill C-34 responds to this new reality, but not well enough, not in its current form. The bill puts the power to request national security reviews into the hands of the Minister of Industry, the same minister whose predecessor didn't even request a security review when Hytera took over an essential Canadian telecom provider, the same minister who, even after strengthening the security review guidelines in 2021, chose not to investigate the Chinese takeover of a critical Canadian mining company. The bill is only as strong as the minister's scrutiny, whoever that minister may be in the future. Conservatives believe matters of such importance should be scrutinized by all of Cabinet to make sure that nothing slips through the cracks. There are also existing problems with the Investment Canada Act that aren't even addressed in Bill C-34. For no apparent reason, when a state-owned enterprise invests in a Canadian company, a national security review is only triggered if the Canadian company has assets worth than $454 million. This provision has it all along. It's not about the size of the company that's being acquired. It's about the security risk that will inherently arise when a hostile state-owned company gains control over a critical service or product here in Canada. What this bill needs is a provision that triggers an automatic national security review when a state-owned enterprise invests in Canada. The threshold should be $0, not $454 million. Also, the bill only deals with share purchases and not asset purchases. So in theory, there's a roundabout way that foreign investors could acquire assets in Canada, completely circumventing the legislation. Clearly a loophole that needs to be plugged. Since 2017, Chinese companies have been governed by the National Intelligence Law. This law compels every citizen and every company to hand over data to Chinese intelligence agencies. For almost 6 years, so much Canadian information has gone to China's autocratic government that it's hard to even quantify. We need to put an end to this, but right now, Bill C-34 doesn't do that. The bill needs a presumption against allowing the takeover of Canadian companies by China's designated state-owned entities. It needs a reformed net benefits test to better account for the potential effects of a transaction on the broader innovation ecosystem, with a particular focus on protecting intellectual property and human capital. It needs automatic review of transactions involving sensitive sectors such as defense, artificial intelligence, and rare earth minerals. A mandatory national security review for state-owned enterprises where national security is a concern. The Act does not attempt to change definitions of state-owned enterprises or look at the issue of what constitutes control. One does not have to buy 50% of a company to control it. Someone can buy small percentages of it, get a number of seats on the board, or change management, which Hytera has done. It's clear Canada needs to improve these protections. This bill is a small step in the right direction, but much more needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for, I just want to make sure I always get this one correctly. Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the excellent speech there. It's quite troubling to hear that when the U.S. identifies national security risks, they shut it down, and our Liberal government does absolutely nothing about it. It's quite troubling to hear. I wonder if the member can comment on what kind of signal this sends to, this Liberal dithering sends to investors and to our allies as far as addressing national security risks.
The honourable member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
I want to thank my colleague for that excellent question, and I think I would be remiss if not saying what is the elephant in the room this morning, the report in the Globe and Mail basically saying how the extent to which the Chinese Communist Party tried to manipulate the results of both the 2019 and 2021 elections, surely bombshell revelation. So we're dealing with a government that can't even protect the basic integrity of our elections. and we're asking them to now make sure that we're secure in terms of foreign investment. So I have grave concerns about this bill coming out of committee in a strengthened way. I certainly hope that members on the committee and the Liberal Party see that this bill does need to be strengthened, because we're living in a whole new world where it's not just about the net benefit, economic benefit anymore. It's about what the national security threats are to Canada as a whole.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I'm happy to be able to work with him on the Finance Committee. I'd like to thank him for his speech, which raises a number of important questions. As we saw in an annual report about departmental spending from October, there were 1,255 foreign investment projects, and only 2% of those 24 were considered to have an impact on national security, and that would be covered under the new rules, whereas 1,221 remain subject to the former rules, and out of those, only 8, less than 1%, were reviewed to see if they actually brought benefits. So according to my colleague, does this bill do enough to protect national and economic security?
I want to thank my colleague. I very much enjoy working with him on the Finance Committee, and he always has excellent questions and makes excellent points, and this is in fact one of them. This is an opportunity to really overhaul how Canada reviews foreign investment in light of the new world that we're living in. So I agree with him entirely that in committee, the committee needs to have a serious look at what we can do, whether it's by reducing the threshold to 0, by including asset purchases, by making sure it's not just one person, the Minister of Industry, that decides, but all of Cabinet or some other broader mechanism to make sure that Canadians remain in control of their economic future.
Comments, question, commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And sorry about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with my honourable colleague that this government really has failed in terms of protecting security in Canada. But, you know, let's look back in history. It was the Harper government that actually increased the threshold above which a foreign takeover of a Canadian firm was reviewed in the first place. And so I want to ask my honourable colleague, would the member support reducing the current threshold for prospective acquisition of control of either state-owned or state-controlled enterprises to 0, so that every transaction triggers a review, including a net benefits test and a national security test? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping that I want to thank the member for her question, but I was hoping that she would listen to my speech before she asked the question. But if she reviewed the answer, she'll see that that's in fact exactly what I said. The $454 million threshold, I don't think solves the problem anymore. I think it should be 0.
Reprise du débat. The honourable member from. I just want to make sure he gets this. I'm just hoping he gets the stand before I really call on him there. Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I appreciate the Speaker's patience there, and I very much appreciate the House of Commons team who were so gracious in being able to provide a podium. Thank you very much. And so let's, about getting into the substance of C-34, this is an important topic. I don't know whether this legislation really crosses into being an important piece of legislation, as we talk about it, unfortunately, is another one of a half measure, a legislation, a poorly drafted piece of legislation. It's going in the right direction, of which there is no doubt. But I want to give a little bit of context before we break into a piece-by-piece discussion of C-34. So we'll give a little bit of a historical reference here. So when we look back over thousands of years, the nations, the peoples, the countries that innovate the best end up having the most prosperity. They are the ones that drive the world forward. So if we look at the Roman Empire, of course, they dominated the world, and they were the leaders in innovations in that era. If we look back into the Industrial Revolution, of course, we saw the prosperity of humanity grow exponentially during that time because of innovation. If we look at the digital revolution, it's those countries that will dominate that, those that they take hold of the new world that we enter in, that will see new levels of prosperity. Unfortunately, as innovation continues to go forward, Canada seems to not. We see that innovation is exponentially growing. This isn't a linear chart. Things are going faster and faster and faster. And indeed, when we look forward to technologies such as artificial intelligence, bioscience, we look forward to big data coming the way. These things will have a real impact in our lives. And in fact, for my children, I very much suggest that their world is going to be a lot different than the world that I grew up in, and their children will inherit a very much different world. So as the pace of change it continues to grow and to grow exponentially, governments have to be more agile, quicker to respond than ever, because many of these technologies, as Elon Musk just commented to recently, many of these technologies can have tremendous power for good, but they can also pose substantial challenges to our societies and to our governments, and that's why we need a government that's willing to be agile. And so, as I said, for Canada to prosper, we must have a government that's starting to lead the way with respect to innovation and technology. And unfortunately, as we go forward, this government, as we've seen, it seems challenged just to even keep the lights on, much less to innovate and to move forward, right? And as we look forward into that, we see that the empirical data is coming back over these 8 years of government, and the numbers, Mr. Speaker, they're not pretty. Canada has traditionally been a leader in innovation and productivity, and yet we're falling further and further behind. We are currently ranked 6 out of obviously 7 G7 countries. That's nearly last in the G7 when it comes to intellectual property. Intellectual property will be the driver of our future economy. It will drive our future prosperity. It is what manufacturing was to the 50s and 60s. It's what agriculture was for the many centuries before it. Those who are able to prosper in that area, those who are able to conquer the area of intellectual property will be the ones that win the future. And Canada currently ranks 24th overall with respect to knowledge and technology, which is measured by patents generated. We used to be top 10 in that area, and we're falling further and further behind. Canada's issue is not with respect to basic research. We're really recognized around the world as being one of the best ideas generators in the entire world. We have some of the brightest minds. We have a wonderful diversity of opinion that no doubt comes from our diverse and great population. We have wonderful post-secondary educations. We have many different great think tanks, institutions that generate these wonderful ideas. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, our ideas are generating prosperity. The challenge is they're generating prosperity in countries other than ours. So what is happening, Mr. Speaker, is that we are generating these great ideas. Now, being the generous Canadians we are, we're giving them to the world. The problem is they are taking those ideas, and selling them back with a profit. And so Canadians, although doing a lot of the hard work, coming up with the great ideas that are leading this world into a more prosperous area, lifting people out of prosperity, Canadians are not getting the benefit of that. And it's because whether it's just sheer incompetence, naivete, or worse, this government doesn't seem to understand the world that we're in today. The world of aggressive trade action, the world of state-owned enterprises, the companies from around the world, and even more so, states around this world, authoritarian regimes, are utilizing Canada's generosity to put themselves ahead of us, put ourselves ahead of Canadians. And this is not something that is, and you've heard it from some of the other colleagues that we talked about. This is not really a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. We have actually people raising the red flags, those raising the warnings from across the political spectrum. So we have Jack Mintz, of course, noted economist and free marketeer, talking about this as an issue. You've got Jim Basile, of course, founder of BlackBerry, and noted expert on intellectual property. And we have that random liberal. Man, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt Bill Morneau, right? Like, you know what? One day I'll be out of this place, and I just hope that the next Prime Minister, Pierre Poilievre, never refers to me as.
All right, let's all take a breath. Let's all take a breath. A point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The member might have to leave sooner than he thought by resigning after he just said the first and last name of the Leader of the Opposition. Perhaps you'd like to weigh in on this, Mr. Speaker.
I will remind members that we cannot refer to a member of the House of Commons with their proper names. We have to go by writing names. So I would suggest that maybe the member should retract that and use the correct terminology. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I will apologize and not resign. And I'm glad I gave the member from Kingston Island something to do today. So that's so we're pleased to have accomplished that today. When we look at this, like I said, it's got to hurt Bill Morneau to be referred as one random leader. The next Prime Minister of Canada, I certainly hope, does not refer to me or any member of our caucus as a random conservative, or worse, a random liberal, I suppose. And so. When I get into the substance of the legislation of C-34, the challenge is not directional. Directionally, it's in the right path. This government is trying to, at least, to take the steps they need to protect domestic assets, domestic corporation, and domestic intellectual property from foreign actors. The challenge is that it just doesn't. It's not particularly well drafted, and at least in my opinion, and in the opinion of many other experts. And the challenge is it does not go far enough. And so you've heard from my other colleagues talk specifically about some things that should be in there. And just for the record, I'll reiterate what they've said. One, we need to have not only sales of shares but also sales of assets. For those of you who are out there, you can buy the actual corporation, which is buying the vessel, but you can also buy everything that's within that bowl or within that vessel. And so there's many different ways that smart lawyers and accountants can avoid that. And this legislation isn't smart enough, at least not yet, to catch those. We need to have automatic triggers, regardless of the amount of sales in certain sectors, with respect to certain state-owned enterprise. So, while Conservatives acknowledge this step, that this is a step in the right direction, we're very hopeful that we can have a robust conversation in committee and improve this bill, because it certainly needs it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague who also sits on the Finance Committee. First of all, about the point of order, I recall a classic Christmas movie in which it says, "Je ne vous jette pas la pierre, Pierre. Pierre, I would not like to cast any stones." So, in any case, I would like to ask my honourable colleague once again what the government should do to make this bill better. Thank you.
Northumberland, Peterborough said.
Thank you very much, and I very much enjoyed working with the fine member from the Bloc Québécois on Finance Committee. And I'm hoping, and I'm confident we will work with the members of the Bloc to include things like automatic triggers for reviews by cabinets, for reducing some of the ability of actors to avoid this through things like asset sales and otherwise. We need to tighten the potential loopholes that already exist in this legislation to make sure that we can fully protect Canadian companies, Canadian resources, and Canadian ideas.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just looking for a comment from the members. Why should we believe the Liberals will even use these new powers after 8 years of this inactivity to recognize national security risks?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you for me, and I'm not sure it's a great thing that I should speak behalf of the government, but what I would say is certainly this government, whether actually on many different fields, including past application of review of perhaps transactions, which simply has not been done in many cases and should have been done, and divestitures should have happened with respect to state-owned enterprise, but even other issues such as passports, or even putting in place Magnitsky sanctions on human rights. This government just can't seem to get out of its own way.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's discussion on Bill C-34. I can't help but think of some of the incredible investments that we've seen just recently in our neighboring area of where our ridings are. In particular, in Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, the incredible work that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry did in attracting Umicore, a multi-billion-dollar operation to build electric vehicle batteries right in a neighboring riding to both of us. Would he not agree that the type of investments that we can see through the modernization of this act will continue to benefit not just our ridings, but Canada as a whole?
She's ready to. Cool. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a joy to be a neighbour of the member from Kingston and the Islands. That probably ends my career with a Conservative Party, but there we go. But what I would say to him in all seriousness is, unfortunately, well, that's a great exception. It's sort of the exception that unfortunately proves the rule. Canada continues to be a laggard in the G7 and the OECD when it comes to productivity, when it comes to innovation. And really, I certainly welcome the manufacturing job. It would be even better to get the research and development and the heads of these companies right here in Canada, so that we're not just a secondary manufacturer or resource economy. We are actually controlling and really prospering from our own ideas.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for an inspirational speech. I have a question about foreign corporations, state-owned corporations, funding research chairs at our world-class leading universities, and at the end of the process, being the owners of the intellectual property that has been produced by Canadian brainpower, whether he thinks there should be controls or regulations around that, and whether Bill C-34 addresses it.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
We have to acknowledge the world that we live in today, not the world we lived in 20 years ago. There are challenging actors out there who are trying to take Canadian ideas and to utilize them for their own prosperity. We must control our ideas. We can't. We have to be straightforward and up forward with it, but we can't back away from the ideas. The Canadian ideas are Canadian, and they're there for Canadian prosperity.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, lack of access to sexual and reproductive health services is the greatest cause of women's disability, disease and death globally. In the 1995 UN Beijing Conference on Women, it was declared a human right, but is still an elusive sustainable development goal. Recent WHO data shows that 200 million women have no access to contraception, 300,000 still die each year in childbirth, and 25 million have to use unsafe abortion. 250 million people still get STDs. Girls continue to face forced early marriage and female genital mutilation. And though rape is a tactic of war, most women in conflict zones have no access to safe abortions. Although Canada is a global leader in SHRH international aid, every parliamentarian here should advocate for universal access to SHRH. Support the world's girls and women. Thank you.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. February 22nd is Pink Shirt Day, also known as Anti-Bullying Day. Bullying is a major problem in our schools, workplace, homes, and online. Pink Shirt Day aims to raise awareness of these issues as well as support programs that foster children's healthy self-esteem. Bullying has no place in our community and is something that no one should ever have to experience. Strong people stand up for themselves, but the strongest people stand up for others. So, this Pink Shirt Day, let's get together, wear pink, and stand up against bullying.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm honoured to recognize Chris Wiens, grade 7 class at École Moduelle Vanier in my riding of Kingston and the Islands. Earlier this week on Valentine's Day, his class put together 18 Valentine's gift baskets, all made by hand, and delivered them to patients in the pediatric ward of Kingston General Hospital. This is the second year Chris Wiens' class has prepared Valentine's Day gift baskets for children who are in the hospital and not able to celebrate the day in the school with their friends. One student in the class reflected on their experience of being in the hospital as a child and how it can be a very scary experience, and how a simple gesture like this could make somebody's day a little bit better. I would like to thank Mr. Wiens and all the students in his grade 7 class at École Moduelle Vanier for their act of kindness this past Valentine's Day, and for making that day a little bit better for the children at Kingston General Hospital in the pediatric ward. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Each year on February 14th, family members, survivors, and allies gather to honour missing murdered Indigenous women and girls 2S+. This Valentine's Day marks the 32nd annual Memorial March. It's been over 3 years since the final report on the missing murdered Indigenous women and girls inquiry was tabled. Another year passes. The crisis facing missing murdered Indigenous women and girls 2S+ community is more urgent than ever. Shamefully, little action has been taken to implement the 231 calls for justice. Despite years of promises, there's still no for Indigenous, by Indigenous, northern, rural, and urban housing strategy. None of the $420 million announced in 2020 to build transitional housing and shelters in response to the national inquiry has rolled out. The inaction is costing lives. I'm so sad that I was not able to attend the march on Tuesday as I was in Ottawa grilling the Minister of Housing about the Liberals' inaction on the housing crisis. As ever, I remain committed to holding the government accountable in the fight for justice for all Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. The genocide must end. Indigenous women and girls cannot afford to wait another year to pass by.
The honourable member for Kanata Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, Nelna Bessie John School is a school of just 5 students. It's located in remote Yukon on the traditional territory of the White River First Nation, part of Canada's most westerly community. The 5 students of the school have a deep love for hockey, and so they turn to social media to raise funds to see their first ever NHL game live and in person. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to share that these students raised enough money to travel to my riding of Kanata Carleton to watch the Ottawa Senators take on the Calgary Flames. And what a game it was. The Senators won in overtime with an unforgettable game. The Senators went above and beyond, paying for each student's tickets, donating a jersey for each, and introducing the students to some of the players after the game. Talk about a dream come true. My thanks to the Ottawa Senators and all involved for making this student's first NHL game experience truly remarkable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, every day I receive countless messages from constituents saying they can't afford this government's tax and spend agenda, which burden Canadian families with the worst affordability crisis they've ever seen. Canadians are concerned about the increase in rural crime thanks to this government's soft on crime policies and massive backlogs in immigration that contribute to the shortage of workers. Despite the challenges and the negativity we've been facing, I would like to take this opportunity so we can refocus and remind ourselves of what truly matters in life, our families. This coming Monday is Family Day, a day to take the time to be with the ones we love, a day to cherish them and remember how priceless they are to us. However you choose to spend Family Day, remember, it's not about what you're doing, it's all about spending the day together with your family. Happy Family Day, everyone.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Each February, Mr. Speaker, my community of Windsor-Essex organizes a celebration of Black History Month that rivals any in the country. Close to 50 events to celebrate one of the oldest and most dynamic Black communities in Canada. Step into Sandwich First Baptist Church, the oldest active Black church in Canada. Trace the steps of American slaves crossing to freedom at the Amherstburg Freedom Museum. Listen to the Windsor Symphony Orchestra celebrate Black voices and Oscar Peterson. Honor Windsor's connection to the famed No. 2 Construction Battalion. Walk the McDougall Street corridor where Black culture and commerce thrived. Join Black Indigenous workers of color at Unifor Local 444. Listen to Killer Prize-winning author Suzette Mayer at Biblioasis. Support local Black businesses with the Buy Black 28-Day Challenge. And learn about innovators like engineer Cornelius Henderson, who helped build the Ambassador Bridge. To all back home, I wish a happy Black History Month. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, Black History Month is a time to reflect on our country's story and renew our engagement towards anti-Black racism. Black enslavement was widespread in colonial Canada until 1834. A century later, the residents of Africville, Nova Scotia, were denied services for decades before being forcibly removed from their homes and their community demolished. Systemic racism continues to be entrenched in our institutions to this day. These truths are painful and difficult to grapple with, and their harmful effects have been passed down for generations. But remembering the true stories, acknowledging the harm done, and taking collective actions are the only ways to steer our country towards a just society. This year's theme for Black History Month is Ours to Tell. To me, this speaks to the importance of elevating and celebrating Black voices in our conversations about race, history, and justice. I'm leaving you with the words of Thandiwe McCarthy, a Black change maker in my community and the former poet laureate for Fredericton, who had this call to action. Activism is a career choice, a lifestyle, a best friend. It is the dream and the reality. It is both a beginning and endless. You'll have nothing useful to progress, yet everything essential to build. So wrap yourself tightly around the darkness you want to change, and when you activate who you are, you'll find your sunlight.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
While we were all enjoying Boxing Day, the frigid North Atlantic Ocean claimed the life of a 27-year-old lobster fisherman from Nova Scotia. Christian Atwood was lobstering off Cape Sable Island, setting the last trawl of traps when he was pulled overboard. He was 27 and has not been found. Christian leaves behind his beautiful 16-month-old son, Colson, his loving partner, Kristen, parents Carmela and Ralph, and his brothers Matthew and Joshua. Everyone who knew Christian remembers him as a fun-loving, cheerful guy and a great father. He was the light that shined in every room when he entered. His father, Ralph, told me he did not want his kids to go fishing because of the danger. But the draw of the ocean gets in your blood, and fishing was in Christian's soul. The vast unmarked grave of the ocean is no consolation for those family members who have people lost at sea. Christian's family are asking us in this place to do better, to make our fishermen safer at sea and bring them home. Christian, may you rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week, February 20th to 26th, is Heritage Week across Canada. In my home province of British Columbia, the Heritage Week theme is Always and Always, inviting citizens to explore and celebrate the culture and heritage of the communities that make up the places we each call home. Heritage Week is a time for all Canadians to reflect on how we can keep our heritage alive. MPs can play a role in protecting heritage places in our communities while also advancing reconciliation by supporting Bill C-23 during our next sitting week. When passed, Bill C-23 will create the Historic Places of Canada Act, which will add First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. This action would implement Truth to Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action 79. Additionally, this legislation delivers on developing and implementing a national heritage plan and strategy for commemorating residential school sites, the history and legacy of residential schools, and the contributions of Aboriginal peoples to Canada's history. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to vote in favour of Bill C-23 to support our heritage, and I wish everyone a wonderful Heritage Week back in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the African Nova Scotian community in Truro on the occasion of Black History Month, and to highlight the vast contributions that have been made to the growth and betterment of our country. The community traces its origins back to the middle of the 19th century. Most were descendants of Black loyalists. Some are also descendants of the Black refugees who fled America to escape slavery. Tragically, like many other Black communities in Canada, there was and continues to be racism. Despite these menacing challenges, incredible resiliency, ingenuity, and toughness are some of the defining characteristics of Truro's African Nova Scotian community. Many Canadian heroes are from this illustrious community, who I really wanted to highlight, but I'll get to that in a second, Mr. Speaker. William A. White, Rocky Jones, Art Dorrington, Portia White, and Jeremiah Jones. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to highlight Angie Parker Brown, a hero. Angie has ALS and has written a book with great adversity called Writing with My Eyes, Staying Alive While Dying. Sadly, Angie, we found out today, is in hospital and is quite unwell, and I ask all members of this House to say prayers for Angie and her family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canada has never felt so polarized. That's not just my opinion. That's a senior Liberal MP who said the following. Last, I think it's time to stop dividing Canadians, to stop pitting one part of the population against another. He said, I can't help but notice with regret that both tone and the policies of the government have changed drastically on the eve and during the last election campaign. A decision was made to divide, to stigmatize. It's time to stop with the division and the distractions. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister would have you believe that your neighbour is your enemy. We're all feeling the financial pressure caused by this government's inflationary spending. 67% of Canadians believe that the country is broken. 56% of Canadians are concerned that they won't have enough money to retire. Canadians are out of money, and the Liberal government is out of touch. After 8 years of this broken government, it's clear that the only solution is a new majority Conservative government. Speaker, enough with the division and dividing for political gain. It's time to bring back hope to Canadians. Conservatives will unite Canadians for freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, the U16 Bonnevital Angels Ringette team from South Winnipeg traveled to Ottawa to participate in the Gloucester-Cumberland National Ringette Tournament. Before the tournament began, I was pleased to welcome these remarkable young women to Parliament Hill. During their tour, I got the opportunity to better explain my role as their Member of Parliament and answer their thoughtful questions. We arrived before the sitting began, so they got up to the bar to view this chamber and got to witness the Speaker's parade. The highlight of the tour for many of the girls, I was told, was getting to take a quick peek into the Prime Minister's office. In the tournament, Mr. Speaker, the Angels did an incredible job representing Manitoba with a perfect 4-0 record in the round robin, and they ended up finishing in the top 4. Thank you to the parents and coaches for accompanying the Bonnevital Angels on their trip to Ottawa. I cannot wait to see what the future holds for these young athletes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. For years, there's been a secret world right next to us that we barely notice. Thousands of men and women without whom there would be no agriculture, slaughterhouses, processing, security, cooking, maintenance, or even care for our seniors. These people are indispensable, but they're invisible, without status, and living in precariousness and sometimes even exploitation. They do hard but essential work, and yet they're disposable, without the rights and protections we would expect. They're on the margins, far from their families, often stuck with employer-specific work permits that make them vulnerable. They're the temporary migrant workers. We've brought in 3 times more of them in Quebec Quebec since 2015, tens of thousands of people every year. The NDP's proposal is to grant them permanent residence. This would give them real recognition and hope. Last October, the Minister of Immigration said he was working on a vast program to regularize non-status people. This initiative is necessary. If we don't want to live in a society with two classes of workers, it's the only thing to do. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay a very emotional tribute to our friend Daniel Godet, who recently passed away. Fresh out of theatre school, an accident made him a quadriplegic, but he never let that stop him. He became an author, director, acting coach, writer, speaker, and creator of many projects, including his book Gaia, an improv league, a cross-Canada tour of his work like Superman, a 25th anniversary tribute to Cirque du Soleil, The Little Prince in schools, or my own work La Vie du Temps, which Daniel brought from black and white into full color with his unique tints. Magical. An instinctive producer, together with his wife, he founded Le Crapet Soleil, coffee house and theater, where performers included Cœur de Pirate, Louis-Jean Cormier, and Cyr Le Coyote, who was inspired by Daniel's story to write and dedicate to him the song Le Ciel est Backorder. Just as he learned he was about to become a father, he was diagnosed with cancer. He got a stem cell transplant and outlived all the prognoses. A true virtuoso of life, he used to tell us, life isn't a fight, it's a game. On behalf of the Bloc, our sincere condolences to Caro Mika, his family, and his friends.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
At the heart of any definition of leadership is the ability to unify people for a common purpose or cause. But after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians have never been more divided. He has used issues like mandates to pit Canadians against each other and distract from the issues and the problems he's caused. He believes that if you're afraid of your neighbor, you'll forget that you can't afford your rent or your groceries or even heat your home. Even his own MPs are calling him out for this divisive behavior. The brave Liberal member from Louis Hébert suggested, and I quote, "From a positive and unifying approach, a decision was made to wedge, divide, and stigmatize. It's time to stop the divisions and distractions. It's time to be positive. It's time not to use coercive methods, but it's time for us to unite." I could not agree more. It's time for us to put the politics of division behind us and unite a country behind a Conservative Prime Minister who can bring prosperity back to Canada. It's time to turn hurt into hope. Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As part of our government's plan to support Black Canadians across the country, we have previously announced a $200 million Black-led philanthropical endowment fund to improve social and economic outcomes for Black Canadians. Last week, I was proud to stand with the Minister of Housing and Diversity and Inclusion and the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth to announce the recipient of this fund. The Foundation for Black Communities, the FFBC, is a national Black-led, Black-serving organization with strong partnership whose proposal has received significant support from Black communities here in Canada. This foundational investment will help provide Black-led organizations with long-term sustainable funding and self-sustaining resources needed to build capacity for their organization. To better serve Black Canadians communities, I would like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to the FFBC for their successful application and wish them all the best in their ongoing effort to support and uplift Black Canadians community across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding, I just want to remind people, un petit rappel, que les déclarations.
Statements are only supposed to be 60 seconds long, 1 minute.
Not more than 1 minute. Thank you very much. Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
This Prime Minister thinks that if you're afraid of your neighbour, you might forget that you can't afford your rent.
to feed yourself or to heat your home. But don't take my word for it. The Liberal MP for Louis-Hébert has called out this divide and conquer strategy. He said, it's time to stop dividing Canadians and stop pitting one part of the population against the other. Speaker, we couldn't agree more. Will the Prime Minister take his own MP's advice and stop tearing our great country apart?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been there for Canadians during this difficult time of global economic uncertainty. We are rallying Canadians, and they are working harder than ever. In fact, 150,000 jobs were created in January alone, and women's participation rate in the economy is at a historic high. Canadians are standing together, side by side, in order to make it through these times.
For Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Side by side, the Liberal member for Louis-Hébert said a decision was made to divide and stigmatize. That's exactly what this Prime Minister has done. Working people are struggling to pay their bills, and Liberal insiders, they're getting rich. Urban Canadians have been pitted against their rural neighbours. This Prime Minister even labelled Canadians who disagreed with him as racist and misogynist. When will this Prime Minister follow the lead of Canada's Conservatives, who will unite Canadians instead of dividing and stigmatizing?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I have enormous respect for the member, but I'm surprised that we would be talking down the Canadian economy at a time where we have record investment coming in our country. Mr. Speaker, I think my colleagues is forgetting that, for example, we rebuild the whole biomanufacturing sector. We got investment like Moderna in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we got further investment when it comes to the battery ecosystem. Now, Bloomberg ranks Canada second in the world, just after China, ahead of the United States. Mr. Speaker, we have the first gigafactory in Canada to build batteries, and we built the largest hydrogen plant just in Edmonton. Mr. Speaker, it's going well.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, I don't think that the people who can't afford to feed themselves or heat their homes, who've experienced their rent or mortgage doubling, the 20% of Canadians who are skipping meals, the 1.5 million Canadians who are lined up at food banks would say that it's going well. But that's the tactic from these Liberals. They tell you that even though you can't afford to feed yourself, you've never had it so good. Let them eat cake, this Prime Minister says. The Liberal member for Louis-Hébert said it's time to stop with the divisions and the distractions like that one. It's time to use positive, not coercive methods. It's time to unite. And that's what Conservatives will do, from Victoria, BC to Victoria by the Sea. When are they going to follow our lead?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians see that this particular Conservative Party has zero credibility on the economy. Their economic policy can be summed up by gutting the Canada Pension Plan, gutting employment insurance, abandoning our fight against climate change, and of course, investing in cryptocurrency as a way to opt out of inflation. It is entirely irresponsible, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Monsieur le Président, après 8 ans.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years with this Liberal Prime Minister, his policies to divide Canadians have only succeeded in breaking everything he touches. The Prime Minister thinks that by dividing Canadians, that they'll forget that groceries are more expensive, that families can't make ends meet, that many youth have given up their dream to ever own a home. The member for Louis-Hébert said that a decision was made by their government to divide and stigmatize. Why have the Liberals have decided that it's best to divide and conquer? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to hear from politicians who claim that we're using division and who use it themselves. Every political party should be acting as a unifier. We should all be working together. We should all recognize that we have different positions, but that we can work together. That's our goal with the government. We're all going to work together. The Honourable Member from Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years, he even succeeded in dividing his own caucus, Mr. Speaker. There's not a day that goes by without a member like the one who just spoke, or a former minister, or a minister, or any kind of Liberal denounces this government's decisions to prop up his own leadership and apply his divisive policies within his own party, and it seems to work, unfortunately. It's time to work. Will he admit his responsibility, stop dividing Canadians? Or just get out of the way to allow the Conservatives to unite Canadians to give them back a little bit of hope? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about responsibility. The Conservative economic policy can be summarized as abandoning our fight against the climate crisis, attacking EI, attacking support for seniors, and suggest that Canadians invest in cryptocurrency. We are a responsible government, and we have a responsible plan. Thank you. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health, this government is unbelievably arrogant. 10 days after forcing Quebec and the provinces to accept an offer that covers 1/6 of the needs for our hospitals, they're demanding accountability and is forcing them to accept in writing its conditions and submit action plans, or else those meager sums will be cut off. Mr. Speaker, how many hospitals is the federal government managing? None. It does not have the slightest bit of expertise. So is it going to transfer the money?
L'honorable ministre du Santé mentale.
The Honourable Minister for Mental Health. Mr. Speaker, this is a key time for Canada. We are delighted by the announcement made by the Council of the Federation, and we thank them for their important work. Discussions are based on the way we can work together to improve health care for the benefit of families and healthcare workers. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's continuing to play political games with conditions for health care. But while it plays Sorcerer's Apprentice, Quebecers are waiting. I'm talking about people who can't see a doctor, people on waiting lists for surgery, nurses who are exhausted. The money the federal government has promised is insufficient, but could it at least give it to our healthcare professionals who know how things work and can actually use it? Mr. Speaker, our plan has 3 key commitments to obtain funding, as well as an increase. We have a collective agreement on sharing and use of essential information on health in order to achieve our goals.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians deserve to retire and live with dignity, but the Liberals' underfunding has left seniors struggling to make ends meet. Seniors are telling me that they can't pay rent and they can't afford groceries. They're terrified that they'll be living on the streets. The Liberals' failures to support seniors is making them feel alone and like no one cares. Will the government increase the guaranteed income supplement and give seniors some hope?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my friend for the question. We recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. In fact, our government is helping seniors who are struggling by doubling the GST tax credit, by providing dental and rental support. We've also increased the OAS for seniors aged 75 and over. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be there for all Canadians, including seniors and the most vulnerable seniors.
Here. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
My community is struck with grief after the loss of 2 Londoners in house fires while on wait lists for long-term care. Tragically, this is all too common. Private beds are out of reach for many of my constituents, and the not-for-profit care homes have over 1,000 people on the wait list. Their only choice is to remain at home despite safety concerns. Across Canada, people are dying while waiting for a bed in our patchwork, understaffed, and overburdened long-term care system. These tragedies are preventable. This government needed to step up, but there was no mention of long-term care in their offer to premiers. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. We welcome the new standards released by Health Standards Organization and Canadian Standards Associations, which are the result of extensive consultations across the country. Mr. Speaker, we have provided up to $4 billion to support provinces and territories in their efforts to improve long-term care in their jurisdictions. With this important step taken, we look forward to seeing a bill introduced in the House very soon. And of course, today we see negotiations with the provinces and territories happening as we speak.
Thanks, John.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are increasingly feeling like Canada is broken. Instead of owning up to his failures, the Prime Minister has called people names and pitted Canadians against each other. Friends, family, co-workers who to this day won't talk to each other because of how this Prime Minister has stoked divisiveness. Why does this Prime Minister continue to divide and distract Canadians from his failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the work of the member opposite. I simply do not understand why it is that when we try to improve the situation of Canadians, on 2 different occasions, Mr. Speaker, we reduced taxes for middle-class Canadians and the Conservatives voted against. On 2 different occasions, we reduced taxes on small business owners, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives voted against that as well. We've been investing in Canadians, and the $10 a day childcare agreement is the latest example. Why won't the Conservatives be there for Canadians when they need it most?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member opposite clearly didn't take lessons when her colleague, the Liberal member for Louis Hébert, called on this Liberal government to stop dividing Canadians, to stop pitting one part of the population against another, to stop with the division, to stop with the distractions. Our Conservative leader's positive message is enough divide and conquer, unite Canadians. Again, why does this Prime Minister continue to divide and distract Canadians from his failures?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
No lessons from these Conservatives. If there's one Canadian who has stoked fear in our society, is the leader of the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians watching at home on Friday know that, Mr. Speaker. This is time to unite Canadians. This is time to talk about Canada, to talk up Canada. We are winning around the world. We are having record investment in this country. Every parliamentarian here should talk up Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's not time to stoke fear. It's time to unite Canadians, to seize the moment and be ambitious.
We had a really good start. That was pretty good. The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
He said it's time to stop dividing Canadians. And what's happened in the last year, Canadians haven't been more divided than ever. Inflation's at a 40-year high, 50% of Canadians are cutting on groceries, rent is up, and mortgage costs are up, except you can't question these issues. You're called unpatriotic by this government. Canadians are struggling and the Prime Minister wants to keep dividing. How come this government won't even take the advice of its own Liberal MP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is right. Canadians are struggling, and Canadians don't seem to understand why the Conservative Party doesn't want to help them. We have put forward measures in order to support Canadians through this difficult time, whether it's doubling of the GST tax credit, our rental supports, our dental supports for children, which have helped over 200,000 children go to the dentist, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives voted against that measure. I think that the Conservative Party needs to look themselves in the mirror and decide how it is that they can actually help improve the situation in this country rather than voting down measures that support Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we did support the government with the GST supplement that is actually running out now. What we didn't support was a process to distribute dental and rental benefits by a process that's been called into question by the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Auditor General, who says it increases the risk of fraud. But if you listen to everybody else, this government says all these issues are someone else's problems. They happen outside of Canada. That means that this government doesn't believe it has the responsibility or the ability to fix the problems that they cause. So will the government finally take responsibility for the issues that they've caused?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question, but I seem to feel that we need to remind the Conservatives that it's this government that decided in 2016 to take a true strategy on poverty in this country. Right. This government implemented the CCB that lifted 3.5 million families out of struggles. 6 million children were helped by that program. They voted against it. Mr. Speaker, this is a government that has implemented childcare, subsidized, affordable, high-quality childcare across this country from coast to coast to coast. Yet they grudgingly support that. They don't know what they support, but they don't support Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
Order. 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 Ask questions. Get on the list to ask questions. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of Liberal failure, more Canadians feel that our country is broken in so many ways. The Prime Minister doesn't want to hear it and tries to deny it, but it's true. He blames the rest of the world and shames other people for the problems that his Liberal government created. Instead of dividing Canadians against each other to distract from Liberal failure, will he finally take some responsibility and let Conservatives fix what he broke?
Yeah! The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's honestly quite disturbing to hear a member of Parliament talking about Canada being broken, Mr. Speaker. At a time where you see division in the world, let's unite together to build up Canada, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about our economy. Let's talk about what we're doing for Canadians. Let's be together, Mr. Speaker, not to stoke fear, but to stoke hope in Canadians. That's what we're doing on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. We know Canadians know we have their back. We will continue to work for them at every step of the way.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, the 1.5 million Canadians who are using the food bank now that it never had before, they'd have something different to say than what he had to say. Right. The government can ignore the opposition all that they want, but one of their own Liberal members called out their government last year, and I'll quote, "Both tone and the policies of my government changed drastically on the eve and during the last election campaign. From a positive and unifying approach, a decision was made to wedge, to divide, and to stigmatize." Wow. One more time, Mr. Speaker, when will they take responsibility for what they broke?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Again, Canadians are watching. You know, just what you hear this morning, it's all about broken, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about building together, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing on this side, and I think every member of Parliament wants to do that. Let's look at what we've done together. We've been there for seniors. We've been there for children, Mr. Speaker. We've been there to help Canadians when they need it most. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, we rebuilt our industrial policy. We landed significant deals when it comes to the aerospace industry. We have the largest hydrogen plant in North America in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker. Things are working well. We need to work together to help Canadians.
The Député de la Pointe de l'Île.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, let's go back a few scenes in the famous West Island story. The member for Saint-Laurent spread falsehoods about Anglophones no longer being able to receive care in their language because of the Charter of the French language, which is completely false. But all the Quebec Liberals defended it. Will one of them finally stand up today and say that what the member said was false and that Anglophones will be able to continue to receive care in their language if we vote for C-13? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Official Languages. I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's clear that we're the first government to recognize the decline of French in Quebec and all throughout Canada. It's important with Bill C-13 to add teeth to support communities in a minority situation throughout the country. So I encourage every member in this place to make sure that Bill C-13 passes as quickly as possible. It's important for official language minority communities, and I hope the Bloc Québécois will join us, because right now it looks like they're going to vote against C-13, and that's not acceptable. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. C-13 weakens French in Quebec right now. A dozen Quebec Liberals are thinking about voting against their own bill. There's still a few characters to be revealed in this West Island story, but we know some of them. For example, the member for Saint-Laurent, the member for Saint-Léonard, the member for Mount Royal. These MPs oppose the basic recognition of the Charter of the French language in C-13. These same MPs in 2021 were among the dozen or so who abstained from voting to recognize the existence of Quebec as a nation. Do you think that's a coincidence? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's clear that, yes, there's a decline in French in Quebec and Canada, and that's why it's important for C-13 to pass. Once again, I don't understand the Bloc Québécois opposition who want to kill C-13, who are doing everything they can to not support official language minority communities of the country. As a proud Franco-Ontarian, I'm still looking for the support from the Bloc Québécois to make sure that Bill C-13 passes because, yes, it's important for the decline of French. We need to work together. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Beijing's communist agents engaged in a sophisticated strategy of manipulation and disinformation to wage a ground war on our democracy and on our elections. That's not me saying it. That's on the front page of the Globe and Mail. They report a Conservative MP was targeted for daring to champion to establish a foreign agent registry to plug a national security hole. This government's broken, hasn't done anything. Did the Prime Minister turn a blind eye to foreign interference because he stood to gain from it politically?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs.
Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been clear from the beginning that foreign interference is a serious threat to this country. It's precisely why we've taken action. The Conservatives seem to only wake up to this fact when they think it's politically advantageous. Meanwhile, on this side of the House, we have put in place measures like the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, a site committee, the Critical Election Preparedness Committee. Mr. Speaker, we will work to improve our democratic institutions and secure them while Conservatives play politics.
Nice job. Honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Mr. Speaker, the people playing politics is Beijing and its communist agents in Canada, while this government does nothing about it. It knows and it doesn't tell Canadians that there's been serious accounts of foreign interference. The Globe and Mail reports a CSIS source of direct interference, including illegal donations, communist agents directing volunteers, a Beijing embassy official taking credit for the defeat of 2 Conservative MPs, and the Prime Minister has said in Parliament the task force determined that the integrity of our elections was not compromised in 2019 or 2021. CSIS says the opposite. So who is telling the truth, the Prime Minister or CSIS?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Conservatives, it was actually our government who closed financing loopholes that their Unfair Elections Act actually kept left wide open for foreign interference. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, let's remind Canadians what CSIS and our national security community has said. They have said that there was no activity that compromised the integrity of our elections. So, Mr. Speaker, let me ask, are the Conservatives going to work with us to continue to strengthen our institutions, or are they continue to do China's bidding and undermine the trust in our democratic institutions?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister said last November that Canadians can be reassured that the integrity of our elections was protected. He was talking about the 2019-2021 elections today in the Globe and Mail. It's not the Conservatives saying it. The Globe and Mail has brought forward troubling facts. Agents of the communist regime are working actively to promote the election of a Liberal minority government, and they did that in 2021. They are leading misinformation campaigns against Conservative campaigns, and it goes on. Did the Prime Minister close his eyes deliberately on this because it led to an advantage for him? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Conservatives were paying attention back when we took office. We were putting in place measures to strengthen our democracy. Conservatives only seem to be awake to issues of foreign interference when it seems politically advantageous. But, Mr. Speaker, this is precisely why we have been saying time and time again that the threat of foreign interference is persistent, it's ongoing, it's why we need to continually be addressing this. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Conservatives to actually work together with solutions instead of working with China to undermine the trust in our democracy.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Solving it, Mr. Speaker. Les tactiques que parle le rapport du SCRS.
The tactics in CSIS report included donations to political campaigns and getting business owners to hire students to do volunteer work for campaigns. Donors sympathetic to the regime are encouraged to provide contributions to candidates favored by China. The Prime Minister knew during the last election that the Chinese Communist regime was involved in misinformation, especially in 2 ridings. The Prime Minister stated to the House of Commons that the integrity of our elections had not been undermined in 2019 and 2021, but CSIS's report shows the opposite. Who is telling the truth?
Of emergency preparedness.
Speaker, the member opposite, I'd just like to take an opportunity to refresh his memory. On December 18th in 2020, I wrote that member a letter, and every member in this House, advising them about the threat of foreign interference, and particularly the threat that China represented to our political integrity. That information was shared with every member of this House, and bringing it to your attention. As well, we articulated the steps that this government was taking to protect our democratic institutions. Mr. Speaker, this government has been alive and alert to that threat and has taken action to protect our institutions.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have some of the most expensive cell phones compared to other G7 countries, and the cost of living crisis is only making it more difficult for Canadians. The minister is letting Canadians suffer with higher bills as he drags out the decision on the Rogers-Shaw merger. Rogers gobbling up Shaw means less competition, less choice, higher bills, and worse service for families. Why is the minister taking so long to defend Canadians to stop the merger? He has all the evidence and the support of the NDP to stop this greedflation. Why won't he act?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. It's a bit rich to hear from the NDP that because I am fighting for Canadians that I'm not defending them, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why I'm saying that I will render a decision in due course. And I've said all along, Mr. Speaker, the only things that matter is to fight to bring price down. And the way we have achieved that in Canada is through competition, is to have a strong fourth national player. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the time that I'm taking is the time that I'm taking to fight for them, and I will continue to do that.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to feel safe in their community. My riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith is a stunning coastal community full of kind, hardworking people. But more and more people are feeling unsafe. Crime is connected with people struggling, poverty, insufficient housing, and mental health supports. We're living with the symptoms of a broken criminal justice system that treats crime like the cause, not a consequence of lacking basic human rights. Will the Liberals keep our communities safe by ensuring people have mental health supports, guaranteed income, and restorative justice?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, and I can assure her that our government's been working on very smart criminal justice reforms that is meant to keep our communities safe. We brought forward Bill C-5 that will essentially address issues of systemic racism within the criminal justice system. We introduced Bill C-40 yesterday, which is Criminal Conviction Review Commission, which is meant to ensure that those who are wrongfully accused and convicted have a way out. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work on smart criminal justice policy.
Good job. Honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's estimated 222 million children and adolescents are not developing the essential skills and knowledge they need to build and prepare for their futures that they would otherwise in school. Children and young adolescents are feeling the impact of COVID-19 and face displacement from natural disaster and conflicts. Can the Minister of International Development share with this House how Canada is investing in immediate, sustainable programs to ensure access to quality education for children and youth in emergency crisis situations so that no child is left behind?
Good question.
Minister of Emergency.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his advocacy for this very important issue and his hard work on this issue. Mr. Speaker, all children and youth have the right to quality education and a chance for a better future. That is why our government is pledging $87.5 million over 4 years to Education Cannot Wait, the United Nations Global Fund for Education in Emergencies and Protracted Crises. Our contribution will provide support to 20 million crisis-affected children in accessing quality education, particularly girls and adolescent girls living in hard-to-reach places and fragile and conflict-affected areas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Over 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, farmers across Canada just taking hit after hit. Increases in a punishing carbon tax, tariff on fertilizer, removal of vital crop protection products. Farmers can't take much more. Oh, but wait, there is more. Farmers got notice this week that they're facing yet another liberal tax, this time on underutilized homes. This could cost Canadian farm and ranch families tens of thousands of dollars. Wow. Why is this government punishing farmers yet again with another liberal tax?
Why, Frank? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. This government has always had the backs of farmers. Cash receipts are up. Obviously, climate change is costing farmers many dollars. On 30% of grains didn't make it to the market last year because of climate change. We're assisting farmers to make that transition, and we'll always be there to defend our farmers, and we should be proud of what the farmers do for us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member of Foothills.
Well, this just shows how out of touch this Liberal government is if they are defending farmers by using them as an ATM to pay for their out-of-control spending. Right. Most farm and ranch families have multi-generational homes on their properties. This tax will cost them tens of thousands of dollars. Even if the tax does not apply to them, the Liberals are threatening with fines up to $10,000 if they don't do the paperwork. Isn't it enough? This Liberal government is milking Canadian farmers with carbon taxes and punitive policy. Will the Liberals give farmers a break and exempt agriculture from yet another Liberal tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government has always defended farmers and will always be there for farmers. Obviously, there's always some issues that will arise, and I've mentioned climate change has been a major issue for farmers, affecting farmers, whether it was in eastern Canada or out west with the droughts. We'll always be there to defend farmers, and I'll be happy to work with the honourable member on the issue that he's raised. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
After 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, everything feels broken. Just yesterday, the Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed that the carbon tax is adding a full 0.5 percentage point to inflation. While Canadians are struggling just to feed themselves, these Liberals are now planning to triple the carbon tax, making inflation even worse. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for the inflation he caused, axe the tax, or move out of the way so Conservatives can fix the problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable friend from Manitoba for that question, and he will know that there's actually good news for families on the prairies, Mr. Speaker. As of April 1st, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,000 in Manitoba in the climate action rebate, Mr. Speaker. And referring to the Governor of the Bank of Canada, Mr. Speaker, he estimated that perhaps 0.1% will be related to the price on pollution in terms of inflation, Mr. Speaker. That is 1 cent for every $10. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is all pain and no gain. They've never met a single target that they've set for themselves. It's a tax plan, not an environmental plan. Now, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, everything feels broken. Yesterday in committee, the bank governor confirmed that taxpayers will have to bail out the Bank of Canada. Wow. While Canadians are struggling to eat, heat, and house themselves, with these Liberals, the Bank of Canada comes first. When will the Prime Minister take responsibility for breaking the bank and get out of the way so Conservatives can fix the problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as usual, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are distorting the facts. Our emissions are going down, Mr. Speaker. We're on track to meet our targets, which are in 2030, Mr. Speaker. What did the Conservatives do when they were in power, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely nothing. For 10 long years, they did nothing on climate change. They abandoned the Kyoto Accord. They cut $350 million from the environment and climate change budget, Mr. Speaker. They gutted our environmental laws. And now, Mr. Speaker, they're blaming us for their inaction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the Globe and Mail has revealed the scope of China's interference in the 2021 federal election. The Secret Services detailed an entire campaign with illegal election funding and media manipulation. It's very concerning, but it would be a mistake to make this a partisan issue and question the election's legitimacy. The real problem is the facility with which foreign powers could manipulate our elections. We need to take action with transparency, but instead, for months, the government has been denying everything and hiding the truth. Will this government finally take the threat seriously? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I welcome the Bloc's intervention today and the willingness to work with us on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, the pervasiveness of foreign interference is serious. It's why we've taken action, but there is more work to be done. It should not be a partisan issue. Every single Canadian should want everyone in this House to take this issue seriously. And Mr. Speaker, some of the loopholes we've closed were things like foreign campaign funding, tighter rules on third-party advertising. These are some of the loopholes used around the world. We're going to continue to work with all parliamentarians to address this.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, China's election interference is a threat to democracy, and neither partisanship nor denial will help us to beat it. We must all ensure that our elections are safe from foreign manipulation. But this government is hiding the truth from the public. Not only was it aware, but it discussed the issue with allied countries. It knows that candidates received illegal funding. And it knows which candidates. It even reimbursed those sums. When will it understand that we cannot beat Chinese interference by being just as opaque as China?
Mr. Speaker, of course we know that foreign interference exists. This is what we've been talking about since we've been in office. It's precisely why we have put forward several measures to strengthen our democracy, our democratic institutions, and ensuring that our elections are free and fair. Mr. Speaker, foreign interference happens to countries around the world. We work with our partners and our allies on how we can counter it, and I encourage all members of this House to bring forward solutions instead of behaving recklessly like the Conservatives who use national security as a partisan issue.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quebec is concerned about C11. And it sent the government a letter, and there was also a unanimous motion in the National Assembly. Quebec's demands are simple. Include in Bill C11 that Quebec will be consulted on the possible CRTC powers. But we have gotten a no answer from the Liberal Bloc Québécois Alliance. We are the only ones who are bringing forward Quebec's legitimate requests. Will this government bring together a parliamentary committee to debate Quebec's proposal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Looking at my watch, it's 2023. Where's the Honourable Member been the last year when this has been debated before the House and the Senate? Actors, authors, composers, producers, musicians, singers from Quebec are on side. They want to see the bill passed. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, the Quebec National Assembly has even unanimously requested twice in May 2021 and June 2022 to expedite this bill. Where have the Conservatives been? Filibustering this legislation the entire way. On this side of the House, we're here for artists.
The Honourable Member for Louise Saint-Laurent. Well, Mr. Speaker, with the support of the Bloc Québécois, things are getting done without listening to Quebec, and this Liberal government is continuing with its unilateral authoritarian approach, giving more power to the federal cabinet to tell Quebecers what the CRTC will let them listen to. The Bloc Québécois supports this. We don't agree. Will the Liberal Bloc Québécois Alliance finally listen to Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, today we learned 240 jobs have been cut in the media sector in Quebec. That's 200 families that have lost revenue that they were counting on. Our hearts are with them. But this is happening too often. It's time tech giants pay their fair share towards our culture. It's time to level the playing field. C11 is about that. But what have the Conservatives been doing the last year? Filibuster. The Honourable Member's own seatmate acknowledged in the House of Commons that she's been filibustering this whole time. Where has the Honourable Member been this last year to stand up to Quebecers and Canadians and artists across the country? He's been absent.
The Deputy Louis Saint-Laurent. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, this government should show more consistency. On the one hand, they say we filibustered, but on the other, they say that we haven't been there at all, we've been ignoring the issue. Both of those things can't be true at once, but in fact, neither is true. We have been doing our work as parliamentarians. And as we speak, the National Assembly of Quebec is asking to be listened to by this government on C11 to ensure that Quebec has a voice at the table. The Bloc Québécois seems to agree with the idea of giving all the powers to the federal government, but we want Quebec to be listened to. We've been asking this for 5 days. Will the government bring together a parliamentary committee to listen to Quebec and the Senate amendments?
Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
The Canadian Heritage Committee has been there for a year discussing this, both in the House and in the Senate. This honourable member has been absent and has just taken notice this week that after the past year of debating this. While in Quebec, artists have called upon the government. The National Assembly has twice called upon this Parliament to expedite Bill C-11. But all have we seen from the other side is delay, blocking, filibustering. No solutions from the other side. It's amazing that he steps up this week and says he cares, but the last year he's been silent.
Okay.
The honourable member for Sudbury. Mr. Speaker, immigration is an essential value in Canada. It reflects the cultural mosaic that builds the identity of our country. And Francophone immigration is even more undeniable in its contribution to our linguistic, demographic, and economic wealth. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship tell us about updates on what is being done to attract more Francophone immigrants to Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Sudbury for her question. I'm very proud to announce today that our government has reached its target, 4.4% Francophone immigration outside Quebec. In 2022, we welcomed 16,300 new arrivals, Francophone arrivals outside Quebec. That's an increase of 450% since we've been in power, Mr. Speaker, and that's just the beginning. There's still a great deal to do to promote French in Canada, and we will do that work. Thank you.
For Yellowhead.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal Prime Minister, Gian, a small business owner in Entwistle, is struggling under the oppressive carbon tax. With the cost of food, heating, and fuel skyrocketing, it's becoming harder for Gian and countless Canadians across the country to make ends meet. Conservatives will continue to keep the heat on and fight this tax to help all Canadians like Gian. Mr. Speaker, when will this government axe the carbon tax?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, the price on pollution that our government introduced, or if the Conservatives prefer to call it a carbon tax, I'm happy to do so. It is actually a market-based mechanism. It's a capitalism-based mechanism that all experts agree is the most effective at fighting climate change. Mr. Speaker, even the Conservative Party temporarily campaigned on a price on pollution. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that this is the most effective way to fight climate change and that Canadians are asking us to fight climate change in order to protect our planet for the future and for our children.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians can no longer afford to eat, heat, or house themselves. The situation is about to get worse. With the tripling of the carbon tax, seniors must choose between eating and heating. Conservatives will fight to turn the tax off so seniors can keep the heat on. So, I ask this Prime Minister, will he show compassion and remove the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. After 7 years and 3 months, we have been able to make significant progress for seniors. But don't take my word for it, Mr. Speaker. Take that member's word for it. The Conservative member from King Vaughan just last week was highlighting the other day at committee how poverty rates have dramatically decreased since we formed government in 2015. When we came into government, we made a decision to invest in seniors. We immediately reinstated the age of retirement back to 65. Mr. Speaker, that member would have had seniors work 2 full years to get the benefits that they paid for decades.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if he had listened to the whole entire question, he would have answered it properly. They cut out the part where I asked, how much did CERB impact that figure? That's what Stats Canada asked. Sheila, a senior from Midland, would like to know why this government refuses to answer questions. Seniors demand accountability from the Liberal government. They are all talk and no action. Will this Prime Minister fix what they've broken.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, every day the Conservatives stand up and pretend to care about seniors. Day in, day out, month in, month out, year in, year out since 2015, they've stood to vote against everything that we've done for seniors in this country for 7 years, 3 months. You can't stand up every year and vote against the things that we do for seniors and then pretend to care about seniors. I'll tell you, Canadian seniors know a whole lot better.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, tax season is coming. Year after year, millions of Canadians file their tax returns. And in doing so, they gain access to multiple benefits that make a real difference in their lives. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue tell us more about the importance, but also the advantages of filing our tax returns in time?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First of all, let me commend the member who brings to this House 29 years of experience as an educator in this community. Years of experience as a mayor and most recently co-chair of the Seniors Caucus on this side of the aisle. He is right. On the 20th of this month, Canadians can begin filing their taxes. It's absolutely essential to do so to get access to vital benefits, including the Canada Child Benefit, the Canada Dental Benefit, and the Canada Workers Benefit, among many other examples. Mr. Speaker, they have until May 1st to do so. It's vital to the social safety net, but it's vital to Canadian individuals and families too. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
New Democrats pushed the Liberals to deliver a one-time $500 housing benefit to low-income renters. But now the Liberals are saying people on income assistance or disability assistance whose rent is paid directly to landlords are not eligible. They are amongst the most vulnerable in our community, and we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and families are struggling to afford to put food with the rising cost of living. They need this help now. Will the Liberals stop penalizing people on income assistance or disability assistance and withdraw this discriminatory requirement?
L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for all her hard work on housing, as well as the $500 top-up. The eligibility criteria that we all adopted, not the Conservatives, of course, last October, have not changed, and I will be very pleased to continue working with my colleague to ensure that this money goes to the most vulnerable.
For Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this week I met with Syrian community members in Waterloo Region who are reeling from the loss of loved ones in last week's earthquake. Those who survived this disaster are without access to hospitals, medicine, food, heating, electricity, or clean water. Syrian and Turkish Canadians are desperate to bring their loved ones to safety, but they need Canada's help today. They're calling on the government to expedite existing immigration files and to make it easier to sponsor their family members. When will the Minister of Immigration make this happen?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Speaker, I want to thank the member for this question, and our hearts go out to all the people and families who are affected by this horrible earthquake that's taken place in Turkey and in Syria. I've actually been in touch with many Canadian NGOs who are actually either working in Syria or trying to get support into Syria. Our government has already pledged a matching fund and an additional $10 million, and I can assure the member that our government will be doing more. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for question period today. And I believe we have a few points of order, so I'm going to work them this way. L'Honorable Député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During QP, in response to the question from the member for Yellowhead, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister said the Conservatives are talking about the carbon tax. I'd like to point out that it's the Liberal carbon tax we're talking about. That's not a point of order.
The Honourable Member for Foothills on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Tuesday, when I asked a question of the Minister of Agriculture about the impact of the carbon tax on farms, she accused me of spreading misinformation and misquoting. She did the same thing. Just give me a moment, I'll get there. The same thing to my colleague from Battle River, Crowfoot. And I would like the opportunity, and I know that the Speaker has been asked to rule on a point of order from my colleague from Calgary Shepherd, but I would like unanimous consent to table a document, the report published by 4 Canadian universities titled Canada's Food Price Report, which, Mr. Speaker, on page 15 states that it will see a cost per ton of GHG emissions increase by $15 a year.
I'm already hearing a number of no's. The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, this is about understanding the science between the carbon tax and the impact it has on farmers.
Good job. Good job.
Hearing a number of no's. Another point, another appel au règlement de l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Yes, Mr. Speaker, during question period, in response to a question from the member for Louis Saint Laurent, the member for St. Catherine avoided answering and referred to the presence or absence of a member here in the place. And I'd like you to remind the member that that is not allowed.
On that point of order, Mr. Speaker, today is the member from St. Catherine's birthday, so I think he just slipped up in celebrating his birthday. So.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
On the same point of order, Mr. Speaker, if I did, it was unintentional. I do apologize to the House.
So that was the one real point of order that we actually had there. So that was good. But happy birthday! But happy birthday to the member for St. Catharines. We also have a point of order from the honourable member from Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the period for statements by members, I was delivering something that meant a lot to me, and there was a significant amount of noise in the chamber. I would ask for unanimous consent to re-deliver my member statement.
I agree. There was a lot of noise at that time. Does the honourable member have yes? So I would do that right now. The honourable member for Fredericton. Oh, no.
Yes, come on.
L'honorable député de Mégantic-l'Érable.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. If the transcript and the video are to be reviewed, I think the quality is very good, so I don't think it's necessary to do it over again.
We naturally accept that all members in this House are being honourable, Mr. Speaker. The member has indicated that there was a significant amount of noise. It's been a practice in this House that we accept that. I would strongly encourage all members of this House to allow the member to re-give her statement given the circumstances.
I see the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out to the members in this House that I believe are all honourable that the normal practice is when the statement does not go well because of sounds that all of us are contributing to, we allow the member to do it a second time. It's been done several times in this House, and I certainly hope we do it today.
Let me name names just for a second. That there was an exchange happening while she was delivering her statement. The member for Windsor West and the member from Nickel Belt were having a conversation, which is in close proximity to her position. So the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Just with respect to my honourable colleague's intervention on having reviewed the recording, that was the spirit in which the request for unanimous consent was not granted. That being said, Chair, having heard your comments, having heard your comments, Chair, and appreciating that it's important the member may not have been comfortable in delivering it because of that conversation that you mentioned. I think that if you were to seek unanimous consent again, that you'd find that it's there, and would, of course, as the member for Kingston and the Island said, expect that practice is always exchanged based on the member's request. Yeah.
Merci beaucoup. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to proceed with her statement? Yes. Is it agreed? Agreed. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Black History Month is a time to reflect on our country's story and renew our engagement towards anti-black racism. Black enslavement was widespread in colonial Canada until 1834. A century later, the residents of Africville, Nova Scotia, were denied services for decades before being forcibly removed from their homes and their community demolished. Systemic racism continues to be entrenched in our institutions to this day. These truths are painful and difficult to grapple with, and their harmful effects have been passed down for generations. But acknowledging the harm done and taking collective actions are the only ways to steer our country toward a just society. This year's theme for Black History Month is Ours to Tell. To me, this speaks to the importance of elevating and celebrating Black voices in our conversations about race, history, and justice. I am leaving you with the words of Thandue McCarthy, a Black changemaker in my community and the former poet laureate for Fredericton, who has this call to action. Activism is a career choice, a lifestyle, a best friend. It is the dream and the reality. It is both a beginning and endless. You'll have nothing useful to progress, yet everything essential to build. So wrap yourself tightly around the darkness you want to change, and when you activate who you are, you'll find your sunlight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
There we go. Daily routine of business. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Emergency Preparedness and President of King's Privy Council of Canada.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And pursuant to Section 63(2) of the Emergencies Act, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the public inquiry into the 2022 public order emergency. And pursuant to the order made on Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022, this report is deemed referred to the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency. And I'd like to take this opportunity as well, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Commission for their very hard work and for all of our officials for their dedication to making sure that this report was completed on time. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the 2020-2021 Annual Report of the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du
Tabling of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees.
Member for Willowdale. Oh, online, sorry. I'll try that again. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. The 11th report, entitled Reopening of the Lachen Corridor, as well as the 12th report, entitled Humanitarian Aid in Afghanistan. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the 11th report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. L'honorable député de Argenteuil.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to table a petition launched by the Development and Peace Organization in the Outaouais region, calling on the House to pass legislation on human rights and the environment. I'd like to thank the members of this organization for their commitment to the global population of marginalized and vulnerable people. Often, resource extraction companies run roughshod over the human rights of foreign populations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
I'm so glad to have caught your eye. I'm tabling two petitions on behalf of constituents in my riding who are drawing the attention of the House of Commons and the Parliament of Canada to the fact that there is still a 2.1 million application backlog in the immigration system that has been caused by the Liberal government. I'm going to draw attention to only two of the lines specific in the petition that petitioners are most interested in, that the new parent and grandparent super visa applications have an 80% goal of meeting the service standard of 112 days, but only 41% met this standard, that the new visitor visa applications have an 80% goal of reaching the service standard of 14 days, but only 27% meet the standard. So the petitioners are asking for the following from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship to update the immigration system to pave the way for an efficient and streamlined process that addresses Canada's ongoing needs.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Pétition, the Honourable Member of Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have two petitions to present today.
The first petition that I'm presenting on behalf of constituents in my riding from Kelowna Lake Country, and I know that I have to summarize the petition, is they want to draw the attention of the House of Commons to where a representative from the Quebec College of Physicians recommended expanding euthanasia to babies from birth to 1 year of age following certain parameters, and they state that infanticide is always wrong. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to block any attempt to allow the killing of children.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. Oh, you get another one. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of residents from Kelowna Lake Country, and I know that I have to summarize the petition here. They're referencing where the House of Commons passed a motion in June of 2018 to immediately list the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the IRGC, as a terrorist organization. And it's been nearly 3 years since this time has passed, and so therefore they're calling upon the Government of Canada to immediately list the IRGC as a terrorist entity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No. Presenting a petitions. Présentation de pétition. No? All right. Moving on to the questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a revised response to question number Q1012, originally tabled on January 30th, 2023, could be made, an order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Further, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
And table. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-34. An act to amend the Investment Canada Act.
Le débat, l'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought there was someone else ahead of me, but here we go. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-34. It's a bill on modernizing the review of investments for national security, tabled by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. As the Minister mentioned, they're trying to update and reinforce the Investment Canada Act with 7 changes. I won't go through all of them, but I can tell you what the government is attempting to achieve. We want to simplify the minister's ability to investigate national security reviews of investments, strengthen sanctions, generate a list of national security industries where proposed automatic acquisitions would be reviewed for harm to national security, provide ministerial authority to impose interim conditions, abolish the Governor and Council and replace it with the Minister by issuing an order for a new national security review and improving coordination with international partners. The last change to the Act goes back to 2009. It's true that it was time. As my colleague from South Shore, St. Margaret's, and Shadow Cabinet Minister responsible for industry said, I can say that we will be voting in favor of this at second reading. We will, however, work to make some improvements. If ever one sentence could sum up what we think of this bill, it would be too little, too late. After 8 years of this Liberal government approving numerous acquisitions of Canadian companies by state-owned enterprises, we have very little confidence that this government cares about protecting our economic interests and national security. There are many examples of this government failing to take real threats posed by foreign investment seriously. We've seen several of them in the last years. I'm proud to serve on the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. Over the last 2 years, We've looked at many failures by this government to deal with transactions and contracts that could jeopardize our national security. I'll give you a few examples, some of which are very troubling. The Minister of Industry, January 2022, failed to follow his own directives when he fast-tracked the takeover of Canadian company Neo Lithium by Chinese state-owned Zijin Mining. No national security review was done, none whatsoever. It seems to me that when a company controlled by the Chinese communist regime wants to buy a Canadian company, there should be flags raised. And that did not happen in that case. And now we're talking about rare earth metals, climate change, creating more batteries. That's a very important aspect. Lithium is extremely important in that, and that review should have happened. We're also dealing with a Canadian company that deals in critical minerals like lithium. No alarm bells are ringing and no precautions are being taken. Everything should be done to protect our companies in such a sensitive sector. And when a buyer is linked to the Chinese communist regime, it seems to me that that should have immediately led to a rigorous and serious review. The Industry Committee undertook an emergency study of the matter to shed light on this disturbing transaction. As a result of this study, we made 3 recommendations: that the government establish a formal and transparent process whereby departments advise the minister on decisions made under the Investment Act. That's the first recommendation. Second, that the minister provide notice of all investments by companies in authoritarian regimes deemed to be state-owned enterprises under the Investment Canada Act. In China, often the Chinese government controls many businesses through different means, partially or completely. That's something we really need to look into. And that the minister publish a comprehensive and detailed critical mineral strategy in a timely manner. After a year, it's clear that nothing's been done, unfortunately. A second example of a questionable contract. In December 2022, the RCMP awarded a contract for the supply of sensitive equipment for communication systems to Sinclair Technologies, a subsidiary of Norsat. Norsat, founded and based in Richmond, British Columbia, was acquired by Hytera Communications. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Hytera, who do they belong to? Well, their headquarters are in Shenzhen, China, and partly owned by the communist regime of the People's Republic of China. The company is even a major supplier to the Chinese Ministry of Public Security. The $500,000 contract was awarded without extensive investigation or verification, even though attempts to interfere in Canadian affairs by China and companies it controls are known to exist. When the story broke in the media, the minister acted quickly and canceled the contract. But it's stunning that once again, no one in this government saw it coming and didn't realize that this danger was occurring. In the United States, Hytera has been charged with 21 counts of espionage. President Joe Biden banned the company from doing business in the U.S. Mr. Trudeau, or rather, the Prime Minister, please allow me to doubt the intentions of this government. I have one last troubling example raised by the Government Operations Committee. In 2020, the Minister of Foreign Affairs awarded a contract to the Chinese company Newtech, founded by the son of a former General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party, to provide X-ray equipment to 170 Canadian embassies and consulates. This contract is worth $6.8 million. Even if we made sure that the equipment wouldn't be connected to embassy networks, the contracts included delivery, installation, and maintenance. Once again, when it comes to national security, it's extremely important to check these kinds of things. In committee testimony, David Mulroney, former Canadian ambassador to China, had some very harsh but fair words for the government. He said the experience gives us a brief and disturbing glimpse into the state of competence with respect to China of a government that has received clear daily warnings about how China is a strategic challenge to Canada, yet there's no sign that the government is more aware or that it has a greater sense of urgency to identify and better manage anything related to China. I know my time's running out. I think I have 2 minutes left. There's no evidence to move the whole of government, departments and agencies into an effort of pressing national importance. It's an appalling lack of leadership. And in this case, history is repeating itself. We hope that changes will happen. We hope at second reading there's going to be review at committee. We'll be able to propose amendments. And so I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot more to say about this bill, but just like everything else, everything's broken. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you, and I thank the member for his comments. The Harper government increased the threshold above which a foreign takeover of a Canadian firm is reviewed from $300 million to $1 billion. So does the member stand by that decision, or will he support reducing the current threshold to zero so that every prospective transaction for either state-owned or state-controlled enterprises triggers a review?
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Monsieur le Président, au moment où on avion...
Mr. Speaker, the reality several years ago is that the value of investments in international transactions was higher and higher. We wanted to give ourselves room to maneuver, to be able to do those reviews within the parameter of those amounts. So yes, I agree with the amounts, because inevitably, if you look at things now, if you want to build a house or buy a business, costs have increased exponentially because of this government's inflation provoked by this government. So we needed more room to maneuver to do those reviews.
L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. He raised some very worrisome points. We see that there's an increasing trend in foreign investment in Canada year over year. The last data available talks about over 1,200 requests for $85 billion, and only 8 of them were reviewed. With this bill, it would go up a little. 24 of them would be reviewed, barely 2%. I understand that it's not enough. What should the government do to improve this bill? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from Montmagny-Lillette, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I thank my Bloc colleague for his question. It's a very important one. By bringing the bill forward to second reading, because we're going to vote in favour, we want to make sure that we can all work together to set up aspects to make for a good review. There's nothing more important than national security in Canada, but we want everyone to work together to set the highest standards in order to be able to deal with the kinds of events that have happened over the last years.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Châteauguay-Lischerville. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech, and I'm very pleased to hear that the Conservative Party is going to vote in favour of this bill. I'd like to ask colleagues, before things get difficult, we need to invest. Does he agree that it's important to modernize the rules for international trade? The honourable member from Montmagny, Lillette, Kamouraska. I forget the name of her new riding. Desjardins is a nice word to add to a riding name. Now, I do agree that we absolutely have to set the right parameters to avoid national security dangers, whether it be in telecoms, in businesses, in health, every level. We absolutely have to make sure that those parameters are broad enough to be able to scoop up the biggest number of threats. There's a little bit of time left for one question and answer.
Mr. Speaker, in the questions and responses, I think there's been some confusion about what this bill addresses, which is in investment by foreign state-owned enterprises as opposed to foreign investment that is private and not from authoritarian state-owned enterprises. So I wonder if the member could use the remaining time to ensure that we understand this differentiation.
Il y a 30 secondes qui restent.
30 seconds remaining for the honourable member from Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, et Rivière-du-Loup. My colleague is right. The risks are for businesses that are led and managed by entities like China, which is a communist regime. The threat comes from that type of entity, from that country that could threaten Canada. There's a fundamental distinction to be made between private businesses and those that are not managed by countries. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of my constituents from Kelowna Lake Country. I'm here today to speak on Bill C-34. Since Confederation, people from all over the world have believed in Canada as a place worth investing in. But an open-door policy for investment will only improve the public good if we keep our eyes wide open to whom comes through our door. In this, the Liberals have proven far too lax and have been asleep for 8 years. It is a different time than it was generations ago, and different than even 8 years ago. A business that leaves its door open and unattended to will swiftly go broke. So too will a country that does not recognize the difference between an investing free market ally and untrustworthy regimes. So, I'm glad, in the name of improving our economic and national security, that this legislation has been put forward in this bill before us today to strengthen the Investment Canada Act. But I cannot hide my disappointment that they've dragged their feet for 8 years to do so and still provide legislation that, if I were being honest, is really only half finished. What we have before us is a bill that asks Parliament to protect the security of foreign investment by granting more power to the very ministers who ignored foreign investment threats. Traditionally, Mr. Speaker, when the security guard falls asleep, he doesn't get a promotion the next day. The laundry list of these instances runs quite long in the 8 years of the Liberals in power, so I will only provide a few examples of the government's negligence in the name of time today. In 2017, the then Minister of Industry failed to request a full national security review of the acquisition of BC-based telecommunications company Norsat International and its subsidiary Sinclair Technologies by the China-based Hytera Communications. In 2019, that minister failed again to request a full national security review when the Chinese Sinomine Resources purchased the Manitoba-based Tantalum Mining Corporation, one of Canada's largest lithium producers. In 2020, the Minister of Foreign Affairs approved another China-based company in Newtek to supply security equipment to 170 Canadian embassies and consulates. In 2022, that same Foreign Affairs Minister then became the Minister of Industry and approved the takeover of Canada's Neo-Lithium Corporation by a Chinese state-owned enterprise with no national security review. To talk about this one for a moment, this undermined Canada's supply chain opportunities. So lithium is classified as a critical mineral in Canada, which Ottawa says are critical to Canada's economy and imperative to battery storage, in particular for the electric vehicle industry. The regime of China is establishing global dominance on securing critical mineral assets and intellectual property, which are imperative to high-tech manufacturing, including electric vehicles. This is a prime example of when you give the subjective authority to one person, a minister, as opposed to having solid laws and policies. Just last month, it was discovered that the Minister of Public Safety allowed the RCMP and Canadian Border Services Agency to sign equipment deals with Hytera Communications, despite the United States having banned them from doing business after charging them with 21 counts of espionage. Communications technologies, security equipment, lithium mining are integral parts of Canadians' national security and the security of our allies. lithium mining and the export of other critical minerals are vital to breaking Western reliance on Chinese-made electronics. We are blessed in Canada with some of the continent's widest amount of mineable minerals. Still, as I've outlined today, the Liberal government has been more receptive in providing access to our natural resources to our foes than our friends. State-owned enterprises are not operating separately from the interests of their centralized autocratic governments. Sadly, it's taken until year 8 of this government to realize that. So it's also taken them 8 years to develop a critical mineral strategy, leaving us behind in supplying ourselves and our allies. Though I will mention that the Liberal strategy on critical minerals really isn't a comprehensive strategy. The International Energy Agency forecasts that by 2030, the production of electric vehicles could reach 43 million units per year, with production valued at more than $567 billion US. Robin Goad, President and Chief Executive Officer of Fortune Minerals Limited, said his company has been speaking with the federal government about critical minerals for more than 5 years, but has yet to see substantive action. Their proposed mine would supply Canada with minerals like cobalt, gold, copper, and provide much-needed employment to the Canadians in the Northwest Territories. Mr. Goad put it best when he said of this government on critical minerals, "It's all smoke and mirrors right now," unquote. Quote, "It's time to stop talking about this and actually start doing something." Mined in Canada, cobalt, graphite, lithium, and nickel could become made-in-Canada batteries, supplying our allies' electric needs while improving our environment. Instead, the Liberals chose to drag their feet on clean, green prosperity for Canadians. Well, Mr. Speaker, a Conservative government will do something. We'll recognize that our natural resources are Canadians' opportunities for prosperity, not bureaucracy. I previously sat on the Industry Committee, and some of this work has been done on previous studies, including the critical minerals study and the study on the acquisition of neolithium. The witness testimony on neolithium for that study brought out how the discretionary nature of the current legislation has left Canada vulnerable. The informal decision-making process has had little transparency and accountability. As well, testimony stated how having a government department lead a national security review process instead of those who are security experts was concerning on how this could protect Canada's assets. Similarly, Conservatives at the Industry Committee are prepared to do the hard work in amending this legislation to enforce the precautions the Liberal ministers consistently forgot to take. So, Mr. Speaker, to summarize on these changes to the Investment Canada Act, it is a very difficult world right now with unstable regimes in the world. The Liberals have been asleep for 8 years, and this has left us vulnerable. This has been partially studied already at the Industry Committee, which I was formerly a member. Under this Prime Minister, Canada has failed to conduct full security reviews on acquisitions within Canada by Chinese regime state-owned enterprises. This is at the same time when the Prime Minister can't find a business case for LNG while Germany and Japan are begging for it. Conservatives will work hard to create jobs, bolster our allies, and protect Canada's intellectual and resource assets. Conservatives want to ensure this long overdue updating of the Investment Canada Act legislation features an automatic review system, as well as net benefit analysis of any investment by a state-owned enterprise. This is just plain common sense. We would not wish to allow the entry of foreign state competitors into critical areas of Canada's security and economy. Similarly, Conservatives will seek to allow the government to list and completely prohibit state-owned enterprises from countries with which Canada should not be doing business at this time. I'm sure no constituent of mine would wish to see a Putin-backed enterprise buying into a Canadian company. Let's ensure this bill can draw that red line. We can't have the uncertainty that would be created by selling off our critical mineral assets when we need these minerals for our modern world, including for electric batteries. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of blindfolds from this government on foreign acquisition of Canadian companies, intellectual properties, intangible assets, and the data of Canadians, Conservatives at the Industry Committee will do what we can to ensure this bill fully protects our economic and national security interests from nations who do not wish us well. We need to encourage investment while at the same time protecting Canadian interests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the necessity for this legislation, given the changes that have been happening, I think is extremely important. And I know that the member in her speech talked about the fact that things are different than they were 20 years ago or even just a few years ago. The reality is that as we look to attract new investment and we continue to open our company to investment from throughout the world, we need to have a secure legislation in place to ensure that the integrity of our economic system, the integrity of our political systems is kept in place. I'm wondering if the member can comment on how you properly balance that between bringing that investment into our country, investment like the investment in my neighboring riding of Hastings, Lennox and Addington, represented by a Conservative member of the largest battery manufacturing plant in North America. How do we ensure that we can have that proper balance in our country while also bringing in the economic activity?
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Absolutely, and this is part of why this legislation is very important, and also that we need to add in a few other things that Conservatives will be asking for when and if this moves forward, in order so that we can protect Canadian interests. And it really goes down to looking at the regimes, you know, where you have the state-owned enterprises. There were a number of recommendations that were made at the Industry Committee. Not all of those recommendations went into this act, and so that's one of the things that we'll be looking at. There was a lot of testimony that went into that, and so Conservatives will be bringing forth other recommendations to actually make this even stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I think we agree on the fact that we need to improve this bill. There is an interpretation that I find too narrow, and the amendments that we might bring to the bill might be also too limited. So we in the Bloc Québécois think we should create a new bill in order to better control foreign investment in general, especially when it comes to preserving our business headquarters and our resources. What does my colleague think?
L'honorable député de Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. There are some parts of this bill that are very vague, and just as an example, the legislation does not make changes to the Act's definition of a state-owned enterprise, and that could be considered in itself, just that one piece, as very vague. I think we need to look at what recommendations for amendments are being brought forth by all parties, and that work will, if this bill moves forward, would happen at the committee stage, where really all members can dig in the weeds, look at what recommendations everyone is bringing forth, and assess them, and then go from there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the member for Kelowna Lake Country's speech very much, and I appreciate the work that the member did on the Industry Committee study on this issue in terms of this act in the last Parliament, which made 9 recommendations, but this bill only addresses 2 of those 9 recommendations. And recommendation 1, which I think would address a lot of the concerns of members from that report, was that the threshold for investments made by state-owned enterprises in Canada for the review on national security or net benefit be reduced from $415 million to 0. And I'd like to know whether the member has any views on that aspect.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. That is something absolutely worth considering and should really be considered in this. We know that, as I said in my speech, it is a very different time than it was 10, 15 years ago. And so we need to be amending our laws and our legislation to more reflect what the current environment is, what the current economic environment, safety precautions, what the current situation is in the world. And that in itself, based on the current environment that we're seeing with some of these regimes, some of these regimes that are in the world who have made very public what some of their plans are. We need to take that into consideration when we're developing legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Maple Ridge, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is job one for a federal government, or what should it be? I've always told constituents national security, our safety and security. And last night, as I was preparing my remarks, I checked out Dr. Google, and it says, what is priority? What should the top priority be for national government? And lo and behold, up pops a website from the federal government, from Canada, Canada's federal government, and it says, national security. The first priority of the government of Canada is to protect the safety and security of Canadians, both at home and abroad. That made me feel pretty good at first. I thought, well, I'm on the right track. And I was glad that government places safety and security, the Liberal government, as their own top priority. So, made me happy, but unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I started to get disturbed when I started to think about it, because as we've seen so much with Liberal government, rhetoric and words are one thing and doing is another. And you might ask why. Because I find that so much of what this Liberal government, the Prime Minister do, actually undermines the safety and security of Canadians at home, within our borders, and protecting. The Liberals are weakening our justice system, removing mandatory minimums. There was a report recently in Vancouver how just a few dozen criminals have done thousands of crimes, 6,000 crimes, just 40 or so. And it's like, that is the Liberal method, catch and release. Now that's okay, I suppose, for fishing stocks. Catch a fish and let them go, it's good. But it's not good for criminals when we're having increased problems on transit with random attacks on people, when you have killers on bail and then they go and murder another police officer. This is not right. Canadians are not feeling protected at home with their justice system. And it's a shame, and it's a disgrace, and it's not fulfilling their priority of our security. And secondly, national security. So we have let it go, let our hair grow. Maybe that was okay back in the 1960s, but it is not. Just let it go. We're tens of thousands of troops short. We have obsolete equipment. The Liberal government said, okay, we're not going to buy the F-35 fighter. No, let's get some equipment to help our Canadian forces and buy older equipment, older planes from the Australian Air Force, the C-18s, and the F-18s. And so now they've decided, okay, well, maybe that doesn't work, it's not working so good, and we better get some new equipment. So they've actually let it go as far as our military. And the Minister of Defense, I was watching reports on Twitter also. Big deal. Canada sends one tank to Ukraine. One tank. well, then that would brought up in the House, and the response was, well, actually, it's 4 tanks. Yeah, 3 more are on the way. Meanwhile, they're losing hundreds of tanks, and it's a over there. But Canada doesn't have much to send because our cupboards are bare. And it's personal for me. I was raised up in a Royal Canadian Air Force family, was born in Germany, and lived in bases all throughout Canada. And so my mind, even from a young age, was on the military and our national defense. And I also served in the military after finishing high school. It is not a priority, our national defense. I will say that categorically. Now, Bill 34 is an attempt to address an important national security risk, namely in identifying and responding to economic security threats from foreign investments. And I think that's good. I think it's good. The Conservatives will be supporting it moving to the second reading because there needs a lot more teeth. Because like so much of what we've seen, what I've seen since I've been elected 2019 is just rhetoric. Is rhetoric and smoke and mirrors to make it look like they're doing something when they're not. Mr. Speaker, November 9, 1989. It's a day that I'll remember well, and the months that followed, and actually a couple years afterwards. And what happened then? That was the Berlin Wall that separated East and West Germany, and it began to be dismantled. And the entire communist, numerous countries I've been under the communist regimes, many of them are now part of NATO. There's been great changes. And so it was quite amazing. Communism, people are set free from communism without shots being fired in Europe at that time. And there was euphoria. It seemed miraculous, and maybe it was. And I've found, as I've gone in my communities, and I've talked to people, those that are most, I guess, concerned about what's happening in Canada in terms of freedom and security are those, I would say, from Eastern Europe that we used to be under communist regimes. They're very concerned about what they see. They can see through the bluster of this Liberal government. So the United States became the only undisputed superpower, and Western countries, including Canada, just began our military go to pot. But the world has changed in the past 30 years. Russia has armed itself to the teeth, and we've seen an invasion. We're coming to the first anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Conservatives support the efforts to oppose this, as do the other parties also. But there's even more of a danger that's happening, and that has emerged in communist China. It's an economic and military superpower that wants to extend its economic, military, and political power and influence. It's threatening its neighbors. It's expanding control. I've been to China. It's a beautiful country, but it's an autocratic government, communist government that's suppressing its own populations. And there's a lot of concern worldwide. And there's been a lot of concern by our partners, by our military partners, whether it be Five Eyes, whether it be the United States and UK and other countries, about what are you doing in Canada? Why are you letting a country, a military and economic superpower like in China, which now has a larger navy than the United States, what are you doing giving them full access to secrets, to your people, in surveillance? And it's a problem. And there's my other colleagues have mentioned some of the problems that we have had, some of the, whether it be Huawei, which actually used technology from a Canadian company, Nortel. So, big concern, Mr. Speaker, and this has just come out a few hours ago, is that it came out in the Globe and Mail that China has employed sophisticated strategy to disrupt Canada's democracy in the 2021 federal election campaign, as Chinese diplomats and their proxies back re-election of Justin Trudeau's Liberals and work to defeat Conservative politicians.
Order. You can't use the name of a member in there. I know, even the quote. So the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I took a quote there, and I should have edited that. Thank you. So some of the technology has gotten into CSB, into Canadian Border Services, in security, RCMP. We need to change this. We need to protect Canadians, and we need to bring some of the amendments, pass some of the amendments that the Conservatives are coming through. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. I think the honourable member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It should be remembered that the former Conservative government signed a Foreign Investment Protection Act with China that protected their investments in the event that Canada wanted to change legislation or to do things perhaps, in the interest of security. And I'm wondering if the honourable member can reflect on what the future of FIPA might be now that China and other countries have shown their true colours.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you for the question. In the year 2017, there was a Chinese company called Hytera that purchased a BC company, Norsat, and there was the minister of the day, Liberal minister of the day, said there was it's no big deal what's happening here, but this company, Hytera, was brought forward with 21 charges of espionage in the United States and banned from doing service, and yet we have invited them to do this. We need to take care of business here and not take it much more seriously, our national security.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Clearly, foreign investment is important in any globalized economy. And as Jacques Parizeau wrote in 2001, before China even entered the World Trade Organization, he said, we have to protect ourselves, but the weakening of the Canadian legislation has caused the breach in the dike, and we now need better protection. What we have currently is insufficient. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows. Probably our trade with China, there's no doubt it's important, the imports and exports, that's all very important to our economy. All purchasing by a company that's state-controlled should be caught by this new bill, not just if it's over a certain amount, $50 million or more. All state-owned and controlled companies, whether directly or indirectly by an autocratic country, they should all be caught by this bill.
Comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. I'm glad to hear the last answer. Now, on the issue around protecting Canadian workers or ensuring that Canadian workers at the forefront with investments. Now, the Conservatives have a long record of prioritizing foreign investors over Canadian workers. So does the member think that protecting Canadian jobs and workers should be at the forefront of any decision on the net benefit of a foreign investment in Canada?
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, the Conservative government, the Conservative Party, supports a strong economy and good-paying jobs for all Canadians. Regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of anything in all parts of our country. So that is key. But we do believe that we need to look perhaps to other sources, other purchasers for perhaps mines, strategic mines, rather than a company that is a state-run company. That's for national security, our own and our partners. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Maple Ridge Pitt Meadows for his question. So, recommendation number 1 in the Industry Committee's report, which unfortunately did not get picked up in Bill C-34, is that the threshold for a takeover of assets or corporate shares by a state-owned enterprise should be set to 0. That would require a deep review of any such acquisition. And I wonder if my colleague could comment on that. Is that a gap in the bill that should be fixed?
Well, member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, I certainly agree with what this recommendation, and I believe I said it in French, but there should not be a threshold. I believe it's $400-something million before this kicks in, this review. It should start right at 0. And not only for the companies, for new purchasers, but also acquisitions of another friendly company that is Canadian but is state-owned, then moving into purchasing other strategic industries. I think really any industry, any purchase need to be considered.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to take the floor today and talk about a very important subject for Canada. It's one that is near and dear to my heart because of the significant ramifications it has in our political system. I'll get to the somewhat shocking news that we've read in the Globe and Mail earlier today. But first we'll talk a little bit about how this bill is lacking and what Conservatives would like to see at committee to strengthen this bill. And I'd start with kind of the motivation or what's been driving this. Why are we so concerned about this government and the friends and insiders of the Liberal Party for the past 8 years are getting rich? And you know what? It's not just their Liberal friends that live in Canada. It's the ones that live in far-off lands as well. And there's a level of admiration I actually have for China because of their basic dictatorship. It was foreshadowing what these last 8 years have been about. We have a prime minister that admires a foreign dictatorship, such as the People's Party of China. And now we hear that potentially, if the stories are true in the Globe and Mail, and I know that the government likes to dismiss them as false, but it is very scary what has been discovered. And that's it, that the People's Party of China influenced the last 2 elections here in Canada. And what's worse, the Prime Minister knew about this. This is our democracy. This is what should decide the people that come to this room to determine the direction of our country. And it's the influence of foreign actors that I am deeply concerned about. And Conservatives support this bill to go to committee so that we can fix it, because it needs to address that glaring hole of why things are been going the way they have been in Canada. And I believe any state-owned enterprise needs to have the analysis done on those transactions, especially for China. The People's Party of China has been gobbling up companies around the world. You don't have to look too far. If you go into Africa, and you'll see the influence that they now have on those countries. And obviously, the People's Party of China wants influence in Canada. And it appears that they already have influence with this government. because it is this government who they supported in the last election, illegally. Illegally, by donating money to 11 candidates that we have yet to know who are these 11 candidates. Is it the Prime Minister? Is it a cabinet minister? Is it a member of an opposition? There's no reason why we can't find out.
We have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're extremely off topic right now, and if the member wants to go off topic, I'd love to talk about Justice Rouleau's report that was just tabled, and I'd love to have a discussion about that right now. But I think it's important that we stick to what's actually at hand here in the piece of legislation, not going off on tangents like the member is doing.
I will remind all members that topic at hand is Bill C-34. So the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Bill's about national security. I can't think of a more important national security as a foreign country having influences on our election, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely tied to this, because we know that this is a vote.
Another point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member appears to be challenging your ruling, Mr. Speaker. If that's the case, he should challenge the chair, and we'll allow that process to take place. But I think it is incumbent upon all members to respect the position of the chair, respect your authority. You've made a ruling on this, and now the member's challenging it.
I will again remind everybody we're speaking to Bill C-34, and while we do give a lot of leeway on what we debate and what we discuss in this chamber, we'll maybe remind the member to maybe come back to the bill at hand. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am not challenging the authority of your chair, but you are correct in saying that how this ties into the Republic of China is that they're influence in our elections, and this bill is about stopping the influence of countries like that in our economy. That is the connection. It is clear as day. What the member across the way is distracting, that this is somehow wrong to talk about the influence that this country has had on 2 elections. 11 candidates received illegal donations, and we've yet to find out who are these individuals. Who is protecting those 11 individuals? What are they hiding? We know it's coming from a country that we have concerns with, and that's what this bill is trying to stop the undue influence on our economy. And there's reports out today that they went one step further. We know that the People's Republic of China is influencing other countries through economic purchases of their economy. They just bypassed that all and just bought a government with illegal donations, hiring people to work in elections, and then sending those volunteers off to work on liberal-friendly campaigns. That's the reports that are in the Globe and Mail that are so troubling, is that it goes to the root of why are we here? Why does this all matter? We are supposed to be making choices for the benefit of this country, not for a foreign country that is, for the time being, in bed with one of the parties in Canada. This bill needs to be strengthened. We need to do a net analysis on all transactions from the People's Republic of China. We have to bring down the threshold down to 0. These are recommendations that we heard at committee, and when this bill does finally get to committee, I hope we do add that. We need to add teeth to this bill. There's a couple things that they did well in this bill so far. One was that we increased, because of inflation, of all things, everything is getting hurt by inflation. They've increased the penalties that are able to be surmised to companies that break this act. We're happy with that increase. There's other common sense things that we can do to protect our economy from being bought out by the People's Republic of China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the members' comments. And the bill we're discussing is the Investment Canada Act. and whether we need to update it given some changes in the world. So I'm going to ask a question that I asked earlier of a Conservative member, and that is, increasingly foreign investors see the Canadian health sector as a place which they can invest. And we have the example of Anbang, a Chinese insurance company, which was later nationalized or seized by the Chinese government, which is a major investor in long-term care homes in my province. So I wonder if the member agrees with us in the Democratic Party that we need to update this piece of legislation before us to take into account investments like these, which put the health of Canadians at risk.
For Saskatoon University.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, and he's right on the sector aspect of this bill. The minister is the one that decides which sectors are exempt and which ones are to be included in this. And that's another issue we have with this bill, is that things can change in the regs without a vote in this place. And you can see where one might pick one sector over the other for their political benefit. And that's what I believe we have in Canada right now, with the government that is definitely benefiting from a close and tight relationship with the government of China and the influence that they're trying to enact onto our people and our economy. And Mr. Speaker, that is what we need to improve on, and I really look forward to getting this bill to committee so that we can put some teeth into this that actually does the net analysis, net benefit analysis on transactions, so we can see in a transparent way, up or down, what is taking place out there if there is different purchases of our important, crucial parts of our economy. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. According to the latest data published last year, the last available year, there were 1,250 projects for a value of $87 billion, and only 8 of them were reviewed. And with this bill, it would go up to 24, so that's barely 2%. Does my colleague feel that that's enough? The honourable member for University Saskatoon.
It is not enough. We need to get it down to $0. This is the virtue signaling that we have from the Liberals. Every day they talk about a big game, but when they actually introduce something that is supposed to counter or to do what they have talked about, it doesn't. And that's the most frustrating thing about being out here in Ottawa, is they're all talk, no action. Here's an example where we can actually strengthen our country through this to make sure that purchases from foreign state enterprises are scrutinized. And for whatever reason, these guys do not want that scrutiny. And one must ask why. Why would they be hiding from the scrutiny that would come from having that transparent process, where every process over not even a dollar amount, any more than zero, would trigger the net benefit analysis? And I hope our colleagues in the bloc would support us, a committee, at strengthening these measures. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member from Kingston and the Islands seemed to be confused what this bill was about, and it is about the issue of national security and doing national security reviews of takeovers. We have a long record of this government not approving of national security reviews for takeovers, such as Hytera, which was charged with espionage in the United States, such as the Tanko mine, many others, and having the RCMP and the Canadian Border Services agencies actually buy equipment from those agencies. So the security issue of state-owned enterprises and interference in our country's economy and election is what this issue is all about. So I'd like to give the member an opportunity to clarify a little more about what the member of Kingston and the Islands seemed to be so confused about.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
I don't think they're confused at all. They know exactly what they're doing. They're helping out a foreign state actor influence our economy and now our elections. And to that point, we have an example, and just as to your point, in 2020, the Department of Foreign Affairs awarded a contract to the Chinese-based company NewTek to supply X-ray equipment. Of all places, in embassies. Who in their right mind? This is not a mistake. They're doing this on purpose. That's the only reason why this would be taking place, to let a foreign state actor into our embassies and scanning documents and articles going into embassies across the world. This is not incompetence. This is by design.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Thank you very much. I even put on quickly a tie because I was a little bit disappointed, Mr. Speaker, with the comments from the member of South Shore St. Margaret's in relation to the suggestion that any member of this House would somehow be involved with undermining Canadian democracy or the Canadian economy to any extent. I don't know exactly in the procedural rules, Mr. Speaker, but I think that would be perhaps a little bit unwarranted, and I'm wondering if you might be able to address that comment.
We're coming down into debate of the day of what we're trying to have. So I will confer with my table, but I don't think that's a point of order. Continuing debate, the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the world has changed in recent years. It's a reality that all people in this place need to confront themselves with on behalf of their constituents. And what I mean by saying the world has changed is that there are more state actors or other countries that are becoming increasingly hostile to the interests of our country and our constituents. And as this is happening, we need to remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that our duty in this place is to protect our national sovereignty so that our constituents have a bright, prosperous, and safe future, free from persecution, free from the influence of other nations that don't share our country's values of freedom, of liberty, of personal opportunity, of diversity. These are all things that we have to work really hard to maintain. And part of maintaining our national sovereignty, maintaining Canada's national sovereignty, defending it, it's a big job. There's a lot of different aspects. There's maintaining our national defense and our defense capacity. This government really hasn't done a good job of that, frankly. But what we're debating today is whether or not we have adequate protections to protect our economy in terms of protecting our national sovereignty. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's, when we think about hostile nation states wanting to exert influence on our country, sometimes I think we're tempted to think about that problem in terms of, a really Hollywood-esque sort of way of thinking, like planes coming in and invading our country, even though we have in recent days had incursions into our airspace, which are, sort of proves my point further. Some of the big ways that our national sovereignty has been threatened is by a lack of legal framework and tools that prevent hostile state actors from influencing our economy in a negative way. And what I mean by that are things like being able to purchase major components of Canada's natural resources, particularly critical minerals like lithium. Even when we look at hostile state actors being able to own intellectual property on really important things to protecting national sovereignty in the future, like, let's say, quantum computing. We have a duty in this place to ensure that nations that do not share our values and in fact show hostility and aggression and a desire to erode Canada's sovereignty, we have to put in place safeguards to prevent them. So today, Speaker, we're debating a bill that I think what this Liberal government has done with this bill is they're trying to distract Canadians. They're trying to say, like, oh, here's a bill that might do some things, but it really doesn't get to the heart of the fact that, as I've said, the world has changed, and we need to have very strong protections, given that the world has changed, to ensure that our sovereignty is protected in terms of hostile state actors influencing our economy, or in fact even taking resources, intellectual property, other things back to their nations that could in turn be used to threaten our country and the people that we all represent. I don't think this bill is adequate at all. And I want to talk about why and what the government should be doing to protect our sovereignty in terms of these economic measures. So, first of all, what this bill does is, right now, if a state-owned enterprise, and what I mean, Speaker, by that is a company that's owned in part or wholly by another government, another country, wants to buy, let's say, a mine or something like that, that transaction should be subject to a review, both in terms of national security and in terms of whether or not this transaction is in the benefit of the best interest of Canadians. So what this bill wants to do is take away sort of the weak process that exists right now, the inadequate process that exists right now, and instead of having it go through a cabinet process where there's people from across the country, different portfolios, different lenses looking at this, put all that power into one minister. And I have a big concern with this government, given what they did with SNC-Lavalin. When the Prime Minister was confronted with a cabinet minister that did her job and said, whoa, I'm not doing this, he just shunted her aside and replaced her with a minister that was more acquiescent. And I am very hesitant to give this government, and particularly this Prime Minister, power to, let's say he's under influence from other nations or lobbying influence or whatever, as we saw in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. If he is faced with that type of pressure again, I don't think he's got the chops to stand firm in the best interests of Canadians, because he's proven otherwise. And this bill, the fact that it doesn't go to cabinet, and I think it waters down the process, and that should be of grave concern to all Canadians. Certainly that should be an amendment that's considered to remove that process. It should go to cabinet. I can't understand why it wouldn't. The other thing is that this bill, because the world has changed, we know that there are countries and state actors that employ this type of capital, like these state-owned enterprises, to try and purchase major parts of the Canadian economy. There's a really high threshold, like in terms of dollar value, for what would trigger a review under the current process. For certain countries, I feel that threshold should be 0. There are some countries that we know are acting against the interests of Canadians, arguably, that are challenging our sovereignty. And for those countries, anytime they want to buy up some of our critical resources or our critical intellectual property, there should be an automatic review, an automatic national security review, an automatic review on if this is in the best interest of the country or not, so that we as parliamentarians and the government can show accountability to our constituents, that we're not just letting countries be hostile to our country by buying up parts of it. So I think that that threshold should be 0, and I think that that should be amended in this bill as well, too. The last thing is I think there should be a list of countries that have shown aggression and hostility to this country or to our allies, wherein there's automatically a review. So if you're on this list, there's automatically a review for this type of transaction. I think that should also be an amendment in this bill. The other thing is the bill doesn't talk about, it talks about just looking at acquisitions of companies. It's not looking at the acquisition of assets. And what I mean by that, for someone who's listening, I know there's been a lot of concerns about certain countries that have been hostile to Canada buying up things like farmland in Canada, or buying up critical mines that produce things like lithium. And this is, of course, a substance that is used in really important things like batteries. And it's a really rare earth mineral. It's important that we retain sovereignty of that. If these hostile state actors are trying to avoid scrutiny by our government through a backdoor by just, avoiding scrutiny, it should be an asset review. The last thing I'm going to say is, and just to circle back on why I don't think power should be consolidated in the hands of the minister, this week our ethics commissioner said that the title of this article is "The Act has been there for 17 years, for God's sake." And he talks about essentially the Prime Minister and the Cabinet and a lot of members in the Liberal Party not having a moral compass to know what's right and wrong, and not holding their Cabinet to account and letting this leader continue. That's why this bill needs to be amended, because there's too much power concentrated in a group of people who think that they can get away with things that are in their best interest. And when we're talking about maintaining national sovereignty, we need more safeguards, not less, on these types of economic transactions. In closing, I want to talk about what my colleague said from Saskatchewan said. This morning there was a report that said that the Chinese Communist Party was directly influencing our elections here in Canada. Our sovereignty is under threat. And we should be ensuring through strict safeguards and acknowledging that the world has changed, that our constituents deserve greater levels of protection in terms of looking at how assets might be produced or taken from Canada and potentially used against us in the future, not less. And I'm worried that because this bill does so little and it actually waters down that fiduciary authority of Cabinet to look at these transactions, that we're putting ourselves in a more precarious position as opposed to a stronger position, particularly given the ethical lapses of this government and particularly given the lack of ability of the Liberal backbench to stand up and hold their ministers who give contracts to their friends. The Prime Minister's had 2 ethics violations. How is he still the leader of their party, right? Because that lack of moral compass that the Ethics Commissioner talked about, there needs to be amendment to this bill. Thank you, Speaker.
Also, as much as we really like to have people joining us in the chamber, we cannot applaud or react to what's happening on the floor of the House of Commons. But thanks for joining us here today. Comme il est 13h30.
As it is 1:30. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
Je pense que c'est l'honorable député de Joliette.
I think it's the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Vancouver Centre for her bill. C-295 amends the Criminal Code in order to make it an offence for long-term care facilities, their owners and managers, to fail to provide the necessities of life to residents of the facilities. It allows the court to make an order prohibiting owners and managers of such facilities from being in a position of authority, trust, or responsibility over vulnerable adults in the course of employment or voluntary work, and to make it an aggravating factor in sentencing that the organization failed to fulfill its legal duty to a vulnerable adult. In the logic of the bill, changing the criminal code and adding offenses is a way to help people. And we'll have the time we need to take the time to study this in committee. In concrete terms, here's what the bill does. Sections 214 to 320.101 of the Criminal Code constitute Part 8, which are offenses against the person and reputation. First, C-295 adds 2 definitions to Section 214 of the Criminal Code, that of a long-term care facility and that of a manager, for the purpose of creating the following criminal offenses. 215, duty to preserve life. In Section 215(1)(b), B1, as owner or manager of a long-term care facility to provide the necessities of life to the residents of the facility. In Section 215(2)(b), B1, or rather B, in respect of a duty imposed by paragraph 1, B1 or C, the failure to perform the duty endangers the life of the person to whom the duty is owed or causes or is likely to cause the health of that person to be injured permanently. And then we have 215(1)(1), a prohibition order. The bill allows the court to make a prohibition order against a person convicted under section 215(2)(b). This order prohibits an individual from engaging in employment or voluntary work in which he or she would be responsible for any adult who is or would be in a position of vulnerability, authority, or trust due to age, illness, mental disorder, disability, or frailty. The duration of the prohibition order and the sentence is set by the court. No maximum or minimum. The order may be varied by a court at the discretion of the prosecutor or offender if circumstances change. Failure to comply with the order may result in an indictable offense punishable by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, an offense punishable on summary conviction. Finally, the bill introduces into the factors to be considered at sentencing for organizations. That's 718.21. We have A1, whether the organization has a legal duty to vulnerable adults and failed to fulfill it. The Bloc Québécois believes it's relevant to study whether including criminal negligence against seniors living in long-term care facilities in the Criminal Code will help them obtain the care and services to which they are entitled. Seniors were the greatest victims of COVID-19. Overrepresented in deaths, they are also the ones who suffered and continue to suffer the most from the effects of the virus, isolation, anxiety, and financial difficulty. Note that Quebec has an act to combat elder abuse and to protect other vulnerable adults, which allows for fines and protection of informants who report abuse. The Bloc Québécois believes that the federal government is acting in accordance with its prerogatives with this bill and that it would add tools for investigators. The Bloc Québécois will take the time to study the issue in committee to assess the relevance of this bill. However, beyond prosecuting managers who have or could commit criminal acts, it's important that our seniors receive services to improve their quality of life. In this regard, the Bloc stresses that the other important role that the federal government must play in healthcare is to increase health transfers to 35% of the system's cost, not the pittance they just gave. The Bloc Québécois would also like to point out that these horror stories are not a pretext for the federal government to impose national standards on nursing homes. I remind you that the Quebec National Assembly unanimously denounced the idea of imposing federal standards on long-term care facilities and demands an increase in health transfers much more substantial, as I said, than the cut-rate deal this government managed to force down the throats of provinces. Here's the wording proposed by the minister responsible for seniors and caregivers on December 2nd, 2020. That the National Assembly reject the Government of Canada's desire to impose Canadian standards in residential and long-term care facilities and seniors' residences and area of exclusive jurisdiction in Quebec. That it express its disappointment at the absence of the increase in federal transfers in the federal government's latest economic update, while the provinces must assume major health expenses in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, that it asks the federal government to commit to not imposing Canadian standards onto residential and long-term care facilities and seniors' residences, and to increase health transfers to 35% of the network's costs. It's worthwhile to mention this here. The Bloc Québécois defends the unanimous position of the National Assembly and denounces this centralizing vision omnipresent in this House. I would also like to point out that Quebec already has solutions. In its report dated November 23, 2021, the Quebec Ombudsman describes the shortcomings and, above all, the measures that the Government of Quebec must set up to ensure that this situation never happens again. First of all, risk assessment and management policy, a detailed plan to strengthen capacity of residential and long-term care facilities, personal protective equipment strategy, Quebec emergency staffing deployment plan, protocols for the deployment of additional staff in exceptional contexts, a national strategy to combat the labor shortage, updating information systems, a national action plan by the Quebec Ministry of Health and Social Services to recognize the complexity of providing care and services in residential and long-term care facilities, adopt legislative measures defining the guiding principles to be upheld in terms of the quality and organization of living environments, and set the terms of application by regulation. In short, Quebec already has its own solutions to correct the situation. It's not the federal government, which has no knowledge of the reality of the ground, and in particular, hospital environments, that will improve things. Mr. Speaker, can you give me how much time I have left? Excellent. I was looking at your other hand and I was worried that it was a precursor to me running out of time. So I'll be finishing early. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, in response to this report, the Quebec government presented its plan to overhaul the health system. It includes a range of measures, such as massive recruitment of staff, better access to data, construction of new hospitals, and increased accountability for managers, and so on. In addition, the coroner's inquests are continuing. There are calls for a public inquiry into the situation of residential and long-term care facilities. In every case, Quebecers are in a position to take stock and correct their system. It's not the federal government's sudden arrival that will improve things. If the federal government really wants to help the provinces and Quebec to get out of the pandemic and improve the care offered to our seniors, and it needs to stop being paternalistic, and I hope Daddy Ottawa understands that. It must forget the idea of imposing national standards poorly adapted to various social and institutional contexts, and actually increase health transfers that will make it possible to attract and retain more people in the healthcare system. Unfortunately, they seem content with offering 6 times less to the provinces than what they asked, than what was needed to balance the funding of the healthcare system. And now they're congratulating themselves. We've managed to buy a solution at a discount. But problems in hospitals and long-term care continue because of the negligence of this government, and that concludes my speech.
Le débat continue.
The debate continues.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Juliet. I want to take the extra minute that he left on the table. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in the second reading debate of Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to start by applauding the member from Vancouver Centre for her leadership on this file and emphasizing that caring for and protecting vulnerable persons and adults is of utmost importance, not only to me personally, to my constituents, as well as an important topic of discussion in my seniors community council meetings. Mr. Speaker, at this stage, I would like to acknowledge the following private and public long-term care facility along with their staff for the great service that they have been providing to the community of Richmond Hill. Starting with Care Complex, Montchamp Riviera, Elginwood Long-Term Care Home, Richmond Hill Retirement Residence, Dale Manor, Elgin Mills, Sunrise of Richmond Hill, Langstaff Square Care Community, and last but not least, Marianne Homes of Richmond Hill. Protecting vulnerable residents of long-term care is a laudable and important goal, not only for me, not only for my constituents, but also for many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this issue is of national importance. Canada's population is aging, and more persons may find themselves living in institutional care or will be living in institutional care in the near future. Statistic Canada reported that the number of people over the age of 65 has increased by 42% since 2010. This is the fastest growing rate among all G7 countries. As our national demographic shift, there will likely be a corresponding increase in the number of residences offering long-term care and number of adults residing in them. In addition, more than one-third of women aged 85 or over live in care facilities. In Ontario, for example, approximately 54% of residents in long-term care are over the age of 85, and approximately 10% are over age of 95 years old. Importantly, it is not only seniors who live in long-term care. 6.6% of all residents in Ontario are 64 or younger, Mr. Speaker. All residents have diverse needs, and as I have just mentioned, we have a responsibility to protect them from abuse. We are so grateful for many excellent health sector professionals that take care of our vulnerable population, and we want to ensure that all residents of the long-term care facility receive high-quality services that they deserve. Mr. Speaker, beyond individual harms, we must also be mindful of systematic issues that adversely impact the quality of life of residents. Systematic practices such as understaffing, overcrowding, and insufficient resources can all harm those who have come to care setting precisely because they cannot receive the care they need at home. In light of these statistics and issues, Bill C-295 will address the systematic challenges and the harm that would continue to potentially impact a growing part of our population. Our criminal law already contains a wide range of measures to address the abuse and neglect of vulnerable persons, including offenses of assault, fraud, and failure to provide the necessity of life. C-295 will build on this framework and improve protections in the context of long-term care accommodations. Residents of long-term care facilities accounted for 43% of the COVID-19 deaths in Canada from 2020 to 2021. They were 13 times more likely to die of COVID than non-residents aged 69 or older. We have seen too many harrowing situations involving seniors in the recent years, and it is our responsibility to ensure that they are provided with an environment free of neglect. This is why our government doubled down on its strong leadership and action to support the vulnerable adults all across the country, and will continue its collaboration work with provinces and territories to help support improvements in long-term care. including $1 billion for the creation of the Safe Long-Term Care Fund and $750 million in the Safe Restart Agreement. Mr. Speaker, on January 31st, 2023, the Government of Canada welcomed the release of complementary, independent long-term care standard from CSA Group and the Health Standard Organization, HSO. Together, these standards provide guidance for delivering services that are safe, reliable, and centered on residents' needs, that fosters a healthy and competent workforce, and that creates safe physical environment for promoting a culture of quality improvement and learning across long-term care homes. Additionally, Budget 2021 provides $3 billion over 5 years to support provinces and territories in their effort to improve long-term care in their jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, currently there are 2,039 long-term care homes in Canada. 46% of those are public and 54% are private. The percentage of facilities that are public versus private varies considerably from provinces to provinces. For example, 86% of long-term care facilities in Quebec are public, while only 16% are public in Ontario. Whether for profit or otherwise, the operators of such facilities have significant responsibility to their residents, and the bill will ensure that those responsibilities are fulfilled regardless of the environment where care is provided. C295 will provide important new tools to respond to practices that fall below the standard expected and which put seniors and other vulnerable persons at risk. COVID-19 strained over long-term facility and shone a spotlight on the system weaknesses, offering us a key opportunity to introduce reform and do right by our elderly and vulnerable population. Mr. Speaker, Bill C295 provides us with the opportunity by introducing the following 3 major improvements to our criminal code. First, the bill adds a category of person under Section 215, duty of person to provide necessities, specifically targeting owners and managers of these facilities who fail to provide necessities of life to the residents. Second, it also creates a prohibition against the same people, so that for a period of time determined by the judge, they were prohibited from seeking, accepting, or keeping any employment, even as a volunteer, where they would be responsible for adults who are vulnerable. And finally, and the third, as the sentencing stage is an integral part of the criminal process, following a conviction, the judge must consider a variety of factors to determine the best sentence to impose in the circumstances of the crime committed. This means that Bill C295 will create aggravating factors for sentencing for an organization that has failed to meet its legal obligation to a vulnerable adult. I think the reasoning behind Bill C295 is quite simple, Mr. Speaker, that organizations have a responsibility to the vulnerable. Failure to meet this obligation must be punished in a clear and unequivocal manner. Mr. Speaker, the situation of vulnerable people in long-term facilities have been repeatedly denounced over the past 2 years, which with the conditions of these facilities and the care provided coming under increased scrutiny, particularly at the height of COVID-19 pandemic. While law reform alone will not eliminate neglect and abuse in the long-term facilities, but it will send an unequivocal, clear message. I'm proud to fight on behalf of our seniors and our vulnerable population who use Canada's care facilities. Through this bill, we can inform all facility residents that we care about their well-being, and we are looking out for them. We can also support the many wonderful health sector professionals who provide care to residents every day by fixing operational problems and systematic challenges in the facility management. In closing, Mr. Speaker, Bill C295 is a crucial first step in providing a level of accountability and restoring the public trust in Canada's long-term care, focusing on the role of owners and managers by proposing measures to target their criminality negligence behavior is important. I support Bill C295 because it recognizes the responsibility that long-term care organizations have to their residents. Neglect cannot and will not be tolerated. I urge all members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today I rise to talk about this Bill 295 and the new offences that it would create in the cases of neglect of seniors. So neglect of seniors and vulnerable people is a serious problem in Canada. Abuse is endemic, and ensuring the protection of vulnerable seniors is a very personal matter for me. My grandfather and his companion were defrauded by a caregiver. They were vulnerable seniors. They were victimized by an individual that they had every reason to believe they could trust. Their circumstances are sadly familiar to the many other families, thousands of other families who have endured seniors' abuse. So they spent the final months of their lives worrying about money, Mr. Speaker. My grandfather's companion of nearly 30 years had to endure not only my grandfather's final months of illness and death, but also the fear of confrontation with the individual that had defrauded them, who remained in their neighborhood. She worried about running into her in the grocery store or at other places around. My grandfather, who was 90 years old and in ill health at the time, did not live long enough to see justice done. The police did not treat the case as a priority, despite the case being relatively simple and straightforward. There was a poster in the police station that was inviting members of the public to report situations of abuse. So the public communication is around this problem, that it is a problem and should be reported to police, and yet the police were slow to act and did not act within my grandfather's remaining time alive. Now, my grandfather was luckier than many. He had the support of family. He wasn't ruined, per se, financially by the fraud. The particular fraud was not sophisticated, and it was detected. Eventually, charges were laid and arrest was made. He was not injured in body, and he was not denied physical care, but he was a vulnerable person, like so many other Canadians. So I thank the member for drawing attention to the issue of vulnerable Canadians through this private member's bill. This is a bill that is welcome. Neglect sadly occurs, not only in institutional settings, but this bill will address issues where neglect within an institution occurs by creating new changes to the criminal code that will hold operators and managers of such facilities that neglect to provide the necessity of life to people in their care. I think that all Canadians would agree that that level of neglect is a criminal matter and ought to be a criminal matter. This bill will also allow courts to make an order prohibiting those persons charged with an offense, certain offenses, to be prohibited from working in proximity to vulnerable Canadians, and that's a good step forward as well. There's so much that could be done, Mr. Speaker, and private members, we're all very limited in what we can do with the one chance we get if we draw a low number for private members' business. So I certainly don't blame the member for all the things that her bill doesn't do, but there are many problems that need to be addressed, including fraud, including emotional abuse that occurs including violence against seniors and against abuse, neglect, fraud, and other harms that occur outside of institutional settings. So these are pressing issues that the government needs to deal with. And so I'm disappointed by the government in this case, Mr. Speaker. That's taken a private member's bill to make any effort or any headway on this issue, despite the Minister of Justice's own mandate letter that calls upon him to take action. His mandate letter calls upon him to finalize a proper definition for elder abuse. It calls upon him to get better data on this problem and to establish new offenses and penalties. He has not done so. This bill will, from a private member, but the government that has said that this is a priority has failed to do so. So this bill actually, Mr. Speaker, fulfills a conservative platform piece that I and my colleagues were elected on. So I certainly support her in this, and it doesn't matter to me who gets credit in this kind of thing. We want to make improve the lives of Canadians, and that's what we can often do in private members' business. So I support her efforts, but I'm disappointed in the government for their lack of progress in this area. We have a minister who was tasked with this, and I wish that he had spent more time on protecting vulnerable Canadians than he had on expending enormous effort on this C-21, which is still, they've had to backpedal on those amendments that they put forward at committee. We had C-5 that this member, the minister, put forward that actually weakens penalties and sentencing for violent crimes and other crimes. So it's disappointing that we don't have a minister that will take this seriously, but fortunately we do have a private member that is taking a positive step forward. So, and we know, Mr. Speaker, the vulnerabilities of seniors in institutional care, the vulnerability to neglect. This was all laid bare during the pandemic. We heard other members comment on this. The abandonment of vulnerable seniors, the failure to supply the necessities of life to seniors is appalling. And it was appalling to many Canadians, and so action needed to be taken. It's outrageous, really, that the Canadian Armed Forces would be called in to provide care in seniors' facilities. That's not what members of the Canadian Armed Forces, that isn't the purpose of our armed forces. Aid to civilian authority, I mean, that's the most, just not something that we would normally think of for the Canadian Armed Forces. We're thankful for their ability and the work that they did, but what a failure of on down to an individual level, I guess, in some cases, and certainly failures of management of facilities to be able to ensure that vulnerable Canadians were not were unable to get the necessities of life. But on the data, the minister's own report says that there's an enormous gap and a failure to understand the extent and patterns of types of abuse. But Statistics Canada knows a little bit about this, Mr. Speaker. They say that between 2014 and 2019, the rate of violence against seniors grew faster than for any other age cohort. So we know that violence against seniors is on the rise. We know that fraud among seniors is on the rise. And so I support what this member is doing with her bill. I am glad that this House is now taking time for us to give public voice to the vulnerable and to ensure that, I hope, fewer families and fewer seniors spend their final months as victims of crime. And so with that, I'll end and thank the member for her private member's bill.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to be here today as a seniors critic for the NDP to talk about Bill C-295, an act to amend the criminal code targeted at the neglect of vulnerable adults. And this bill would do two things. First, it would amend the criminal code to create a specific offense for long-term care facilities, their owners and their managers, to fail to provide the necessities of life to residents of the facilities. And second, it would allow the court to make an order prohibiting the owners and managers of such facilities from being, through employment or volunteering, in charge of or in a position of trust or authority towards vulnerable adults, and to consider as an aggravating factor for the purpose of sentencing the fact that an organization failed to perform the legal duty that it owed to a vulnerable adult. Mr. Speaker, I am going to be in support of this bill. We know and we saw dreadful outcomes during the pandemic. So many seniors across this country faced with challenges that we cannot imagine, and then deaths beyond our imagination. I think it's really important as we remember this time to remember the men and women in uniform who served this country, who were sent in to some of these long-term care facilities and saw things that they were horrified to see in their own country. Mr. Speaker, I think it's really important to understand that when we ask our military to step up for us, they are used to stepping up outside of our country in these kind of circumstances. To be in this country and see seniors that had died just because of neglect, because they were dehydrated, this is Canada and that should never happen. And those folks did a huge service to us and something that I hope they never have to do in their own country again. So we know that when you are aging, and Mr. Speaker, I think it's also important to point out that the vast majority of seniors never enter long-term care. I think that's important. I hear from the seniors advocate in British Columbia all the time. Remember, most people stay at home, and that's where they end their lives. But when we have seniors moving into a facility like this, families and loved ones need to know that that person is safe, and that those standards are in place so that it's something that they can trust in. And we know, actually, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes families move their loved one to be closer to them from one province or territory to another. And what's surprising is the standards are different in each part of this country, which really leaves increased vulnerability. We know, and I appreciate, I'm going to say I appreciate, that the government did table some long-term care standards. But the thing that was terrifying to me is that they're voluntary. You know, a lot of good work was done into looking at those standards, making sure that they made sense for long-term care, and now we just see that they're voluntary. And this is something that worries me because it provides a huge risk to seniors and to the people who love them most. You know, we see again and again loved ones doing the best that they can. And if they live far away or there's any kind of challenge, knowing that their loved one is in a long-term care facility not getting the support that they want to see makes people feel ill. There was something important. I'm going to quote from Candice Rennick, from CUPE's National Secretary Treasurer. She said this: voluntary standards did not protect the 17,000 residents of long-term care homes who have died so far because of COVID-19. Canadians want better protection for seniors. This country needs standards that are backed up by the force of law. People need to know that their loved ones will spend their last days living with dignity and with respect. They need to know that there will be penalties and consequences for long-term care service providers that don't follow the rules. If all we have in this country is a national voluntary standard, there will never be the level of accountability that I think Canadians want to see. So this bill will amend the criminal code, but I'm afraid that it will not do all that it must to protect seniors. We need more long-term support for them and a practice of having more accountability. So, Mr. Speaker, what this really means to me is when seniors die in this situation, There need to be actual charges laid. And we know we're not seeing that. What we're seeing is families taking on long-term care facilities, and that isn't right. There needs to be a process, and we need to start having charges laid. That is a real deterrent. Graham Webb, Executive Director and former staff lawyer of the Advocacy Centre for the Elderly, has called the criminal code amendments a very viable approach. However, he said, and I quote, "I'm really not aware of a single charge ever having been laid for the neglect of a long-term care resident. I think it's important that the criminal justice system be able to respond when we see such flagrant cases of institutional abuse and neglect of older adults," end quote. I think that's startling. So even if we see a minor change to the code, it's still not fulfilling the other end, which is the actual movement towards laying those charges and holding people accountable. Mr. Speaker, you know just as well as I do that when people are held to account, other people observing start paying attention. And I think it's shameful in this country that seniors are so vulnerable that they can be sacrificed without a thought. They built our country. We owe them so much more, and we owe them dignity. You know, one of the things that I found particularly painful in my role as a seniors critic is how many loved ones have come to my door and talked about how hard they worked to try to look after their loved one who was in a seniors facility. And because they had to work, because they had children, they couldn't always be there the way they wanted to. And then when they would get in to visit, they would see things that would horrify them, and they fought in that system the best that they could. They fought with everything that they had. But now that their loved one is gone, the pain is so raw, they don't want to talk about it because of the guilt they feel. They feel guilt because our system is broken, and that is wrong, and that is why we must fix this. So to me, it goes back to this simple reality. We need to see the long-term care standards in legislation. We need to raise the bar. And you know what? I get it. Every province and territory wants to do their own thing. I respect that, but let's make this the bar. And if any province and territory wants to be higher than that bar, good for them. But let's make sure that no senior in all of Canada falls below this, that no family is in a position that they're thinking of moving their loved one from one province to another simply so that they get better care. That is ridiculous. I think Canadians need to listen to those in the front lines. For example, Natalie Mera, Executive Director of the Ontario Health Coalition, has noted that there has been no consequence whatsoever for abuse and neglect that was exposed during the pandemic, or for the needless death of residents due to poor infection control and non-COVID-19 reasons, such as dehydration and starvation. How could a senior be starved to death in this country? This is Canada. She further noted, and I quote, "I think we need to search our conscience if the lives of the elderly are not worth a formal government bill and real change with teeth." So I hope that as we vote on this bill, and hopefully people will support it because it's a small change in the right direction, I hope we all think about our commitment to the people who built this country, to people who, as they age, are increasingly vulnerable, to hardworking families that are doing everything they can to support that loved one, and the fact that we still do not have legislation that will have teeth to them so that we can make sure to support seniors as they age. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to say, as a person who represents a rural and remote community, we also have to recognize small communities often see their loved ones go far away to get long-term care. So they have to travel a big distance, which means they can't be there. So let's all fight to make sure that wherever your loved one is, they are safe. Thank you.
Continuing debate. Time to recognize the next member. It'll be for her right of reply. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all of the members who spoke in favour of this bill, because I think, as a physician for 22 years, I saw negligence, in seniors' homes. I saw lack of ability to provide the appropriate protocols, cleanliness, the right kind of care. I saw actual abuse as well. And so what COVID-19 did was it exposed this for people other than physicians like me, for the Canadians to see the vulnerability within the system. We have in the criminal code the ability to protect children that are vulnerable. This bill expands that now to protect not only seniors, but persons with disabilities and vulnerable adults. I just wanted to point out that an important thing about this is that we are not talking about adults who are being taken care of by their blood relatives or by people who are related to them by marriage. We're speaking of people who are taking care of 3 or more vulnerable adults who are not related to them by blood or marriage. So we're talking about whatever the facilities are, whether they're large institutions or small institutions. And I think it is not just about abuse, it is about negligence, failure to do the duty to protect vulnerable adults. And I think that is what, for me, is the first step. I think many people have said this is the first step. This is a first step, and I want to thank everyone who recognizes it at that. This is not intruding on provincial or territorial jurisdiction. This is about making those who actually provide the care within those institutions, whether they're owners or managers, to provide that care and to be accountable. And we've heard before, I have had patients who had problems, but they didn't have anywhere to go. There was nobody held accountable. There were no standards to live up to. There was nothing going on. And I think if you look at what happened during COVID in 2020, the scathing report that came from the 4th Canadian Division Joint Task Force really exposed all of the deficiencies within the system. And so I want to thank everyone for supporting it. I want to say and agree with everyone that these standards set out by the CSA and by HSO, those are important standards. But because they are voluntary, there is no teeth to them. And yet criminalizing the behavior of owners specifically and managers who specifically fail to do their duty towards vulnerable adults, this also gives some teeth to it. This makes people know that there is a place they can go, that they can be accountable, and that they have to live up to certain requirements. And so I want to thank everyone for supporting it. I've had calls from many of you who have told me that they can see ways to make it a better private members bill at committee, to add amendments that would strengthen it, and I welcome those. So I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to this at committee and to having people bring forward amendments that would strengthen the bill. At the end of the day, this is about protecting our vulnerable adults, whether they're disabled or they're seniors or they have a chronic illness. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for everyone's support. Thank you.
The question is as follows. Mrs. Fry, seconded by Mr. Iacono, move that Bill C-295, an act to amend the Criminal Code, neglect of vulnerable adults, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes the motion be carried or carried on division or wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the Chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would request a recorded division, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, March 8, 2023, at the expiry of time provided for oral questions. It being 2:13, the House now stands adjourned until Monday, March 6, 2023 at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 28.2 and 24.1. Everybody have a great break in your ridings.